Hey, and good afternoon, everybody. It is meteorologist Greg Majeski here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel as we're kind of streaming a special edition here as we're watching for this severe weather that's going to be should be breaking out here in the next few hours. Looks like the bullseye right now is down across Louisiana and Mississippi. That's where that enhanced area for severe weather is expected for tonight and going into early tomorrow morning. So what we're currently seeing out there right now is you're looking over here at this Louisiana right now. This is the radar out of there. And we're kind of seeing what's going on with the storms currently. No current warnings out there just yet. But I just want to point out a couple things that have you've got this line back here, and it's kind of catching up with this line that's out ahead of it. So when those things start to interact, that's when you can look at some additional potential spin there in the atmosphere. So we're going to be watching that closely here through the afternoon here with the stuff. The chat is up and functioning as folks come in and come out. They can get in the chat, they can ask questions, they can get involved, they can subscribe to the channel. I guess I'm learning very quickly. YouTube gets very busy, especially for the weather geeks out there like myself that like to cover this kind of stuff. And competition's intense, man. It's intense. I'm like, man. So I'll do what I can. I'll do my part. I'll get all 10 of my guys to be all weather alert and weather wherever this stuff, but it's all right. We're gonna get this. So we're gonna get through this here for tonight, and I want to continue to refine and build the product up as we go along. Now, right now, I've got the tornado watch crawling down below right now. It's the ones that are for the different offices, and we can show you that right now where the current watch is up. We do have a tornado watch that is currently up across the area, and I want to go ahead into my kind of zoomed in look here, so I want to use this one here. So this is my storm spotter page here. Oh no, it reset there. Let me go to the other one. I will go backward. I will use this one. It will go back to this one. I didn't realize I had that on refresh. So there you go. So that yellow area there, that is your tornado watch box there across southern Arkansas, big chunk of Louisiana. Now you notice all the brown there. Those are the high, that's the wind advisories up from the Midwest all the way through the Southeast. Abundant wind energy with this system. It's definitely been pretty gusty and windy across a big part of the country. And you still got the winter side of this as well. You notice the orange back there. That is the blizzard warning. So it didn't look all that bad when I was looking at Kearney. Their site went down again. So can't see what's going on there. But again, you got a winter part of this too. So we got the winter side of it, and we got the other side of this as well. And I'll continue to kind of monitor this and watch this as we go through the afternoon. So I'm going to go ahead and fix my box here and make sure it is off of the refresh on that one. I didn't realize I had it on refresh. One thing about OBS, if you leave the refresh box on, it's going to come on. It's going to mess up your stuff. And you're like, oh, man, I don't need to see that. What are you doing? So it is what it is. So we'll try to get through this as best we can here. We'll turn on my tornado watch box back on. That looks good. And we'll zoom back in here again because I want to keep an eye on this area. Let me make sure my city labels are on and my highways are on there so everybody can kind of see everything. And then I want to look at where's my spotter network on. I'll have them on too. There we go. So let me take this off the refresh there so it doesn't do that again. And it did it anyway. Man, I'll come back and fix that later. We got plenty of time to watch this right now. So it is what it is. So let's go ahead and take a look at this quad jockey here. We got a couple of chasers out there watching Brandon and Connor out in Louisiana right now. Even Iowa, Freddie's, it's a very low risk up in Iowa for tornado risk up that way, but he's out there chasing too. I got one of the cameras there in North Dakota, Fargo. Should see their winter weather going downhill here in the next couple hours. So I wanted to kind of see the snow kind of coming in and increasing there in Fargo. So I got the one camera up there, kind of monitor what's going on in that neck of the woods as we speak here for this afternoon and into tonight as we continue to watch this thing kind of get itself together eventually and kind of bringing everything. So bigger perspective here. You kind of see the wider perspective here. You got the rain stretching from Illinois all the way back to Missouri and that warm sector south of that warm front across Louisiana. That's what we're going to be watching there for that weather there. But areas that were having severe weather yesterday across portions of Kansas and Texas and Nebraska, they're getting snow today. So they went from spring over to winter. You get the winter weather up there into Minnesota and also into Wisconsin right now. So definitely a potent system to say the least on this. So, but right now, as I said, we're just kind of looking at everything right now. I'm monitoring everything here as far as the collision of these two different lines that are kind of coming together here. So we're going to be staying on this. If folks come in and come out, you can do so. But again, just kind of check in as we're going to go through this severe weather here for the southeast portion of the United States here for late this afternoon. So this is what gets weather nerds like myself, weather geek like myself, kind of get the juices flowing. You know, all the times that I did this stuff on TV, you just can't get it out of your system, man. You got to do it. And so I'm just here to just to do it, just to make sure Joe Public or anybody comes in here can get the information I need. Now I tell you, when you look at this storm system, I tell you one thing that really stands out. You see the snow there, you see the snow behind it, and you see the warm part of it. When you see a temperature diagram like that, where you got that cold air diving down with that warm air surging out ahead of it, that's just those clash of the atmosphere. Really kind of illustrates what's going on. When you get into the springtime and you get those classic clash of the air masses taking place across the country. When we go into spring, it's just that time of year, that's for sure. Now, one of the things the reason why Louisiana is kind of a thing, the reason why we're kind of watching, especially Louisiana here, I do want to show you this here. This is the significant tornado parameter here. All right, so this was the last model run, and this kind of takes you through this evening, through the next few hours here. Notice how it goes up significant here as we go to 22Z. That's about 5-6 o'clock in the next hour or so. So I mean, it increases significantly here across Louisiana, and then you kind of see it going into Mississippi there, and then kind of slides in along the Gulf Coast there as we go into early tomorrow morning. So that's what we're going to be watching for, is this tornado here. We got decent cape. We've got definitely got some good dynamics, good strong winds there. So we're going to be watching the tornado threat here significantly across Louisiana, especially that's where the chasers are. They're out there following what's going on with this particular system as it kind of moves on in across that area. There's the satellite imagery here. You can kind of look at that right now. I've seen more impressive thunderstorm tops, to say the least, but just like, folks remember from a week or so ago when we had the big blow up of thunderstorms there. Not quite seeing that just yet, but we got plenty of time. We're gonna watch this here for the next hours it takes. Yesterday was kind of interesting because it fired off at right at 4 o'clock, and it stayed busy up until about 9, I'd say, Eastern time, and then it kind of settled down a little bit after that. There were some isolated warnings here and there. Had a few tornado reports, I think it was 6 or 7, I believe was the total from yesterday. So it wasn't a super outbreak or anything like that. But that is what that day provided for us as far as that was concerned. So today, again, Louisiana and parts of Mississippi, that's the big bullseye right there. This is the tornado parameter. As you're looking right there, the yellow area, there is the tornado risk about 10%, the brown's about 5%, and the green's about 2%. So it's real low right through there. And then you got Iowa up there as well. That's why one of those storm chasers was up there in Iowa, because that's where the low is kind of circulating, and there's the sharp boundary between the front there might fire some thunderstorms. That's what the high resolution model is kind of showing. So not out of the realm of possibility to see that, but predominantly it's going to be here across the southeast. And then also we've got that high wind risk with this as well. Big bullseye right there, running 30%. See some damaging winds there across Louisiana, central Mississippi. That includes Vicksburg and Jackson and getting close to Hattiesburg and things like that over toward Monroe, Louisiana. So it is going to be a big bullseye there. But the hail threat, unlike yesterday, that is probably the big change from yesterday to today. Those who remember watching yesterday, is the fact that we're not seeing the big hail producers with this on day 2 of this event. So yesterday's storms had a lot of hail on it. This one, not so much expected today. That's at least some positive good news there for that particular system as it comes into the southeast. The hail risk definitely going down there a little bit. So Anyway, this is what we're going to be focusing on. Watching that line of showers and thunderstorms kind of coming through portions of Louisiana. That's going to be my big thing. I got a couple of one of these guys are out here broadcasting. I saw a couple of guys out here broadcasting earlier. Let's see if he's moving off toward the west. He wants to get out ahead of that storm system right now. That's Corey. And let's see what this guy's doing. Here's Brandon. I'm going to make sure I mute him. I don't want to have him up too loud. So, kind of get an idea what the chasers are seeing out there right now through Mississippi. So, just some quick moving clouds. And obviously, with the strong winds with this thing, those low level clouds are going to be kind of off to the races right now. But you can see right now, not looking too bad for him. Just getting into a little bit of rain as he's driving down south. What road is that there? We'll zoom in. That is 165 he's on. So he's on 165 heading south. So like I said, once that line that's back behind this line catches up with then we kind of maybe get an additional spin in the atmosphere and kind of watch this. And yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of using my cross section here. I love using my cross. When I say cross section, what I mean by that is kind of comparing my velocity to my reflectivity mode. That's just a side-by-side radar comparison here. I really like using that. It's a nice tool to have here, is kind of watching these two different wind fields kind of merge and kind of bump into each other and come together. So we'll see if we get any additional spin with that as we head through this afternoon. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for as long as it takes. Kind of going through it, although my wife's going to be home probably a little after 5, and I did make her dinner early because I'm a good husband. Those who've been married understand where that's coming from. And I did all my chores and did everything I was supposed to do today so I could be the weather nerd extreme. Being here to do this weather coverage, whether I'm talking to myself or not, I don't care. I just enjoy it. That's all that matters. I just enjoy it. And anybody else who's got a passion for weather and they love this stuff, come on over here and just watch. You know, that's all I can say. I really enjoy doing this stuff, and I definitely don't get off when we get bad weather and people's houses and their lives are destroyed. That makes me depressed. I hate that. So all I want to do is say, well, I can't stop it, so I can at least forecast it and try to make sure that folks stay weather aware, weather informed, and just be one of the, I guess, hundreds of voices out there on YouTube between the storm chasers and the professional meteorologists, those who are have done it as a career like myself, and then those who are just got a passion for weather. We all want to do the same thing. So, I definitely found my YouTube journey to be a lot harder than I thought it would be. I have learned to appreciate the intricacies of being a YouTuber here on Facebook, but especially when it comes to the weather. I was doing pretty good there, and I was like, oh, man, these algorithms are tricky. Man, they are a fight. But anybody comes in on this live can help me out. That's for sure. There, as we go on through that, I need to get my. So I do have. Do want to show this? I got my chaser here box here. This is the quad chart here. So this is kind of a showing here of the chat box. So if anybody comes in, they can set the chats up in there, and we got the chat going. I said ready for a chat. I got that going, ready to go, and but I need to double check it. So while I'm doing this, I can double check and making sure that my chat box is working properly. Make sure it is doing like it's supposed to be doing. So let me do that real quick. I can go in here and say, hello, everybody. I just want to make sure that I'm seeing it pop up in here. Boom. And yep, there it goes. Hello, everybody. As long as it's showing up in the feed, that's all that matters to me. I want to make sure it is on there and doing correctly. Doing correctly, that's for sure. All right. So, anyway. All right, so that's where we're at so far. We are in the process of getting this thing all set up and ready to go, and hopefully everybody will stay safe today. That's the big thing. We want folks to stay prepared, stay ready, and be ready to go with this. And another good thing with my chat that I got there, I do have this thing called Twitch, which apparently That's a different connection there, so I want to have to stop that. So I'm going to go ahead and get it restarted here. So we start this back up here again, and I'm going to go over here and grab it. And Northeast Georgia Medical can go away, answer the voicemail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to my live broadcast. Let's see, go live. There I am. I'm going to add it back over here because sometimes the little twitch is an interesting little. I like the app. I do like the concept of it and everything, but sometimes it gets a little twitchy. No pun intended, but it does get a little twitchy. So, so there we go. So that's kind of interesting. It's showing that, but what's in the chat is not. So, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this real quick while I'm on here. I can go ahead and close this down. It's back in there like it's supposed to. There we go. And then I can bring this box back out again. So pop the chat back out again. And translate the English. All right. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this down. I'm going to redo my link here because it looked like it was not posting correctly. And I want to do this now before we kind of get into the full chat mode in here when we get the active weather and folks want to chat and stuff. So I'm going to go back in here and put my chat back in here and reload this in here. One more time. Let's do that in there. Bingo! There we go. How about that? And we're looking pretty good. So, all right. So I had to put the welcome to the chat and get it all going and get it going. So we're here in severe weather mode. We're getting ready for this active severe weather. Luckily so far, no warnings to speak of yet. And I'd set 4 o'clock for this thing to get going because that's what I was anticipating things to maybe start getting a little more active at that time. So a little early, but we're ready to go. And so we will be able to go through this and get going. So anyway, so right now, like I said, Louisiana is where the kind of a ground zero right now for this particular event. We're kind of waiting things going anywhere between Monroe and Vicksburg. I think as that line gets further off toward the east, we're gonna get the going. John, what's up there, brother? Come Kentucky representing in the room. How you doing, John? And I got my friend from Puerto Rico who talks in Spanish, and I have no idea what he's saying. So anyway, anybody wants to come in there, that's good. So, like I said, what I love about my stuff, I can select I can go, hey, what's up? From Kentucky, John Noonery there. Thank you, John. Appreciate it, brother. So anyway, we're going to be staying on this, and I'm just, I just hate the waiting game. I mean, that's the big thing, because folks are going to be coming in and coming out. They're going to say, guys, is anything happening yet? Nope, not yet, but you can always come back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be staying here for the duration, kind of waiting for this to go off. And, weather is not an exact science. It's kind of like yesterday's stuff, I think seemed to pop a little earlier than I thought, and this one is popping a little bit later than I thought. So it's a kind of a wash. You kind of go between the two, But anyway, that's how we're going. I saw on here where did I go back to that? Let me go back to, I just noticed this when I did this. It did translate for me. It doesn't do it in the chat that way, but the guy posting from Puerto Rico, strong thunderstorms only donated sources and bad weather bulletins, all bad weather bulletins. Yeah, hey, guess what? The YouTube translated the stuff for me there. Didn't know it could do that. So, sources of intense donation Puerto Rico have developed strong intense thunderstorms. Can form strong thunderstorms. Yeah, I can read your stuff now because it's translating for me on this side. It's not doing it in the chat, which is interesting, but it is doing it over here. So it's translating the Spanish to English to Spanish. Didn't know it did that. See, you learn something new every day. So anyway, I digress. Where's my quad chart? I'll go back to my quad chart. I kind of like looking at it. Ooh, notice that things are getting darker there up in Fargo. We're waiting for the heavy snow to kind of move in there. The snow part of this hasn't really started up there just yet. They're supposed to get like, I think 4 or 5 inches of snow up that way overnight. So And there's Freddie up into McKinney. Yeah, let's go check up on Iowa. We'll go check up the Iowa, and we'll go check up the snow part of this. Let me go over to my regional radar. I'm going to go to my regional here, and we're going to kind of move up that way and check things out. Let's check things out. Okay. All right. Let's go to the regional. All right. Gonna move on up here. Gonna check things. So I got the chaser guys up there in Iowa right now. I'm assuming he's kind of looking at activity just to the west of Des Moines right now. So that's where I'm assuming he's probably heading right now. Is you know, somewhere up in here, up against that warm front. That's where he's probably chasing up into there. And then the other camera that I got, I'm looking at up in here toward Fargo. And it's sitting up in here. I'm just kind of zooming a little bit closer here as it gets caught up looting at the zooms here. So I zoomed in on it. Come on, you're at 29. There you go. Yeah, it's showing a banding of snow right through there. It just doesn't look all that impressive on the live cam just yet. Minneapolis got back into warm. They got hammered with some heavy snow yesterday, but they kind of got into a warm sector right now. Kind of dealing with this plain old rain up there. Duluth's getting some pretty good snows up that way. I know this camera that's got up in Duluth. I might go look at a little bit later, just for kicks and giggles. But yeah, and the other two guys, the other chasers I got on that link, they're down in Louisiana, so they're down here, kind of looking into what's going on down here. As you can see those heavy storms moving through there. Let me see how the lightning's looking on this. We'll turn the lightning data on real quick. Take a look. Yeah, you can see that's not too bad. I've seen worse, that's for sure. So I got the pretty good lightning in there, as well as those storms moving on through. And you see that low pressure sitting over Shreveport. So the warm sector is just off to the north of that. So we're going to watch for the wind shear to really start to increase across this area. We're going to see, you can also see the temperatures too. Let me show you the temperatures on this. And you kind of see the warmer weather here. So yeah, south of that warm front, everybody's kind of in the 70s down in there, lower 70s. And then, yeah, although that's probably a typo there for that 59 right there. But see, you know, 70s. And that's probably the one thing I would say when it comes to the severe weather. I mean, it's pretty good to happen because the dynamics are just so strong. The only thing lacking a little bit with this is probably the instability, or the cape part of this could be a little bit better. Just a little. I mean, it's not bad, but if it was looking for a big severe weather event, that'd be what I'd be looking for, probably additional cape. Pretty good wind shear in here. Like I said, the tornado parameters, as we showed a little while ago, not looking too bad, but that's what we're kind of looking at right now. So I'll come back to that one a little bit later. So, and let me see if this is updated here. So I'm gonna check my, let's see, oops, one of my current temperatures here. All right, check out the dividing line. That's a good way right there. Kind of going a little bit closer. I mean, you see that sharp dividing line there. Temperatures below freezing and the western portions of Kansas. The eastern portions, it's sitting in the upper 60s. So that's a pretty sharp dividing line. 40-degree temperature swing right through there behind that front. And that front, as it goes through Iowa, that's why that northern portion of that might see some weather. The initial line is actually well ahead of the actual front itself, so it's not actually on there. It's kind of a prefrontal type thing setting up right there, but a very, very nice dividing line through there with this right now. You can see very clearly. I mean, that front is very sharp right through here. I mean, we're talking, upper 60s, and we're in the 20s back here. I mean, that's a pretty sharp cold front, to say the least. As that low is going by, it's kind of pulling that dragging that cold air back behind it. Old man winter ain't done yet, that's for sure. Definitely not out of the winds just yet. So I'll go back over to Omega here. Continue to watch this radar across Louisiana. That is where we're watching. That's where the storm chasers are. You see the guy up there. He's up there chasing. And I did put by the way, the chaser ones are in the link below. You can check on those guys. I do want to give credit whenever I pull their services. I want to make sure that they're getting credit for the stuff that they do. I've storm chased myself. I know a professional storm chaser, good buddy of mine. He doesn't do it too much anymore. He's kind of semi-retired, but he ran a business for years and took people out there and staged. And And he did get the tail end of the technology. I mean, can you imagine trying to do this back in the late without the technology we have today and still storm chase in the 90s like we have now? I mean, it's just amazing to me what these storm chaser guys can do out there. The technology at their fingertips, what they can do in the field, and kind of trait this stuff and report real time. Yesterday, we had a tornado that was dropping down and up in Oklahoma. They were doing it real time. It was so neat to kind of watch because all the storm chasers converged on that one storm as it was coming over, and it was reported on the ground, and then it kind of lifted up. It was out kind of in the open, but still, it was interesting watching the storm chasers kind of all like a big magnet being pulled in to that kind of stuff right now. And that's what I like about using the Radar Omega, because of the fact that it does integrate the storm chasers, and you can take a look and see what folks are seeing with their stuff. I can go take a look at who's this gentleman here. This is Brandon. Yeah, we can kind of look and see, and I can pull up what his camera's pulling full time, just like the other guy above us is seeing. So oh, that is Brandon. That's the same shot. Yeah, that's Brandon. That's the one guy there. That's what I wanted to see where he was at. And then got this one over here. That's Corey. He's out in the interstate. I think he's trying to get out ahead of it. He's trying to get ahead of those storms and wait, because it looks like it's going to be a little bit further off toward the east. That's he's heading to where that enhanced area was the most significant, kind of sitting in there. So that's what they're seeing there. But definitely, yeah, for 3:30 in the afternoon, pretty dark. See the headlights on. It's pretty dark out there right now. So anyway, all right. Waiting for things to get cracking out there. That's for sure. And once the storms get going, I'll turn my tornado watch off below, and I'll just have the warnings crawling down below. That little desktop ticker is what I found it in a source in Great Britain. I was having a heck of a time, and I really would love to know how some of these guys are getting their warnings and posting it. I'm not an HTML guy. I'm not a coder, so I had to figure. I knew where the data was. I knew where to get it, but it wasn't displaying. So I do have a little hiccup. I'm going to have to still troubleshoot for future severe weather events. I can go to the postings. I can tell you what office it came from, but it's not giving me the counties. I got to have the counties. I mean, I can get it. I've got other sources, but I like to have the county crawl down below, and I also want to get a count. So that's coming. One way or the other, I'll get there. I don't care if I got to hire somebody to do it, just as long as they don't bankrupt me. I'm a retired Army guy. I don't have a whole lot of money, and I darn sure don't make any money doing this. So although I am monetized, I don't really make any real money out of this. As much as I'd love to be able to make some money to be able to put back in the product and build sets, get more lights, and do all this other stuff, I've kind of maxed myself out as far as what the life will allow me to do. Well, I could do it anyway, but what good would it do? Get me in a fight or something? Anyway, when you've been married a long time, been married 27 years, you kind of do what you got to do here. So let's see. That's a different radar there. All right. Let's go back to So I'm just kind of looking between the different radar sites here. Oh, there we go. Just watching this. So what's interesting, so you got all this stuff here streaming out of the south. You got these little individual cells that kind of moving out. You get the squall line coming in here. And where they interact and where they cross, that's where you can sometimes get those spin-ups and can get the potential tornadic development to take place. So that's what I'll be watching for very closely here, as I'm sure a lot of the storm chasers are right now. Right now, I'm not looking. It's thunderstorms. We got a pretty good line there, probably some heavy rains and everything else, but not seeing anything that's bonkers off the charts yet. They were definitely a lot more. The storms yesterday were not so much linear. They were kind of individual clusters of storms, so they were pretty easy to track, and had some very nice high VIL. That's kind of your hail signatures. They were very easy to track. This is a little bit of a wait and see type thing. You kind of wait and see, and kind of see how things develop here for this afternoon. So I guess I could go in here and fix my storm chat thing, since I finally friggin' undid it again. So I can go back in here get this set labeled correctly. I can do this and fix it now. I don't want the radar masks on. I just want the spotters. I want the storm reports. I don't want the flash flood warnings. I do want the watch box up because I want to show that. So there's that. Oh, wait a minute. I do want to zoom in. The things you learn. Northeast Georgia, you guys will get your money later. So anyway, there is where that current watch box is at, by the way. A little closer up view there. Through Arkansas and back through Louisiana and a few counties there in Texas as well. So that is what we're seeing right there with the watch box. So that's what we're waiting for things to kind of get cranking and get going there. So I go back and forth. What's interesting with this, kind of show you this real quick with the storm report guys here. So what I did just for this one, I just put the watch. I didn't want to put all the radar data and stuff on this. This kind of tells you where the spotters are and where the watchers are chasing right in here, and then it'll show the actual storm reports that'll come in here and show you what some of the storm reports look like. For example, like up here across the north, you can kind of see like up here. You kind of see some of these storm reports coming in here. Snow got 12 inches on the ground. Yowz. Yeah, north of Minneapolis, 12 inches, 8 inches here, 8.5 inches there, 7.5 inches there. So yeah, so you get the different storm reports. Most is just wind. A lot of wind out here, by the way. I mean, 51 mile per hour wind. This is no thunderstorms, just friggin' gusty, very gusty winds through here. 40 mile per hour winds, 40 mile per hour winds, 46 mile per hour winds, and that's with all those wind advisories are up for that specific reason. Because of all the wind reports kind of coming there. So let me go ahead and get this settled right here. Leave that right there. So we'll come back to that. We'll watch it. We'll watch that very closely here. What were you guys even calling on me about, man? So, I'm just getting this. Want to see. Oh, well, whatever. I will not call you right now. You didn't even tell what you're calling for. Well, I'll take care of you later. I'm sorry. You owe us $16. Please pay us. Yeah, whatever. You get your money eventually. I'll pay you. Anyway, let's go back over here. Watch our quad cams. I'm watching those skies get. I want to see some heavy snow falling there in Fargo. I was trying to find some decent snow, but I couldn't find it. I might try Duluth. I don't know. I might give Duluth a try. But I'll need to get off that camera, so let me go back to full screen here. Put this back over here while I go see if I can find a different YouTube camera to go into here. So I will go over here. We're gonna go check this out. Let's go check out. I'm gonna try. I know this camera up in Duluth because I like looking up there every now and then. Duluth Harbor Cam. Yeah, there it is. Let's see what it looks like up there right now. There's the live. There we go. Oh, well, it's snowing. Can't see very well, but I can show it. It's, yeah, snowing and you got rough seas there. Yeah, we'll try that one. I'll go over that one. I'll go over that one real quick. Duluth, Minnesota. Boom. And there you go. Kind of got ice on the winds, but it's snowing there. It's breezy there. That Cam Lens was clear earlier. It's snowing. It's breezy. I'm darn sure one will be up there. It's very nice up there in the summertime, but right now, no, I wouldn't be out there. Not for a second. Looks like Freddie's closing in on some storms there. See there in Iowa. And Brant Connor's feed's kind of buffering right now, which is not unusual for the storm chasers. They kind of come in, they kind of come out. They get things going. Let me shrink that back down. And keep my chat up here a little over on this side so I can see what's going on with you guys. Get my chat up. Johnny, hey Tootie. Tootie Soup, Central Iowa. Hey Tootie. Nice to see you there, Tootie. Let me go. Tootie says hello. I'm going to say, hey, Tootie. Central Iowa, eyes on the skies, travelers. Yep, you were very right there, Tootie. And that's why you got Freddie's out there chasing for you guys up there in Iowa. Although the tornado risk is really kind of low, but it is up there with the best kind of spin in the atmosphere because it's right near that low pressure up that way. So he's just kind of keeping an eye on the folks there in Iowa as we speak. So welcome, Tootie. Toodle. Is it Toodle? Yeah, Toodle Soup. I'm sorry. Gotta fix my eyeballs. Oh, it's kind of weird. I do have glasses. I do wear these. These are, what's so weird are these glasses? Most people that are, you know, say over the age of 45, you know, they wear them for reading purposes. Me, I'm just a touch nearsighted, so I have to take these off when I'm messing with these things. So it's kind of weird. When I'm out and live and about, got them on, but otherwise I don't. So, anyway. Yeah, John, Toodle, you guys bring some people. Tell them to come over here and watch the channel. If they got nothing else better to do, they can come over here and watch it. So anyway, watches the warning. No changes there. Oh yeah, Let me go back over to Radar Omega. We won't stay on there for too long. Continue to watch the wideband here. As we watch these storms going through Louisiana and waiting for those force warnings. It's kind of interesting with my cross level share thing. I really love it. The GR level 3 is the program I use. Very nice. I like the side-by-side comparison. Does a very good job of keeping me up to date when the alerts come in. So I got them. I go right to them. Boom, boom, boom. Very nice. I do like that software. And there's a 3D version of this that I'm going to get. I am going to get it. I think it's like $250. So I don't have the money for that right just yet, but I am going to add it to my toolbox. This whole product is my toolbox. The toolbox to serve Joe Public. Regardless of how many folks may or may not watch this thing. I think I had 124 views yesterday, but you know, hey, like I said, very competitive out there. So it's like, I gotta find my niche. I gotta find what's gonna make me a little different than everybody else out there. And got the 500-pound gorilla out there who basically dominates everything. He sucks up all the oxygen out of the room. Give him kudos. I mean, he did it very quickly in like 4 years, but I've only been doing this like 6 months, so I can't complain. I can't complain. Every success every YouTuber's made, they had to put in the work. So they put in the work and they made it. Man, more power to you, man. Kudos to every YouTuber out there that has ever made a success and turned it into a living. I'm not looking to turn this into a living, no way. But some folks have turned it into a living. It's a real brand establishment, man. Very big. So anyway, so I'm continuing to watch the. I tell you, that's a pretty impressive little thunderstorm there that Freddie's looking at there. I might need to change Radar Omega, go up there to Ohio real quick. I know I'm still waiting for stuff in Louisiana to start popping, but that's a pretty decent looking cell there. So I can actually, let's go up here and look at Iowa real quick. I can't hurt to go up here, right? Let's zoom in. Oh yeah, oh that's a pretty mean looking cell. Yeah. What the heck? I bet he's over there near Jefferson. I'm gonna guess that's where he's at. So, that's a pretty good cell motion out there across Jefferson. A pretty decent cell. Probably a little hell with that too. Looking at the purple in here. I'll zoom in real close here so you can kind of see. This is the Des Moines, Iowa radar here. So you can kind of see probably some small hill with that. Not quite severe. It's borderline. But pretty good cell there in Iowa right now between Scranton and Grand Junction. So that's that cell kind of stretches up toward the north. There you kind of see where Des Moines is, so you got a point of reference there. So yeah, seeing that cell there, come back over here. You can see that cell where Freddie's driving to. I believe that's probably the cell he's trying to intercept. Let me see if he's showing up here as one of these. That's Adam. I'm kind of looking to see if he's showing up on the Aaron. No, he's not showing up over here. I was looking to see if he was. Oh, there he is. There's Freddie. I found him. Let me switch back over here. So that camera you're seeing there, there's Freddie. He's actually behind the system, so it's kind of passed him by a little bit. I don't think I'll be able to intercept that, but that's where I did pick the right storm. I knew that's where, I kind of figured that's where he was, because that storm was looking pretty impressive there. So that was Freddie right there. And that's his video in the bottom left-hand corner there of your screen. He's intercepted that storm right there. And that's the back part of the storm, but it's moving pretty fast. He better be moving, because that storm looks like it's moving northeast probably about 50, 60 miles an hour. So it's hauling butt right now through there. So anyway, I digress. Let's go back down here to the south. Back here. I'm still waiting for this stuff to start popping down here in Louisiana. Just waiting on it. That's where he is. He's in Louisiana right there. Continue to watch these storms get going. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my other mode here and kind of check and see. I might change radars. Let me see here. There's the Fort Polk, Louisiana one. Ooh, that's interesting. He's got a couple of circulations there. That one's not looped. So I just switched down to the Fort Polk, Louisiana one. I wanted to see what was going on there. Got a couple of meso circulations here. But that's about 70 knots roughly. That's to the west of there. Bunch of rotations up here on the north end. At least this radar is what it's detecting from. But that's way up. That's sitting about 14,000 feet. This is pretty elevated here. A lot of the stuff that's in here is elevated for the moment. And oops, let me get over to the right tool here. Get over here to the right tool. So a lot of this here that you're seeing up in here is elevated. So there's some stuff going on up in there, but it's way off the ground for right now. We'll see if that changes over the next few hours here. And there. So this is just loading up. So it's gonna take it a second or two. It'll take a few minutes for this to kind of load up. So I'll keep an eye on this one and let that kind of continue to load on through. We'll go back here to Radar Omega, and we'll watch again this thing kind of get going here. Let me get this thing looping again. Got pretty good storms there near Alexandria. Let's see if these guys show us in the camera. Brandon's still moving. Is there somebody else with him? Oh, there's another storm spotter there with him. Oh, Vince. Oh, they must be following each other. Yeah, they're definitely following each other right now. I'm showing what he's intercepting. So they're heading south. They're looking at this stuff down to the south. They're kind of looking down up in here. So let's take a look and see what they see anything in that area. Let's see what they're showing. So let me turn this back off. We'll do take a look at the velocity here. High res velocity, see if there's anything in there worth a flip. I don't see anything in there. Let's go to good winds, that's for damn sure. Yeah. Very gusty winds up in here. So I'm kind of looking at through there. Yeah, definitely. We'll stay on the velocity. I don't see anything there that really catches my eye. At least not yet, anyway. Do something. I watched the southern portion of this line. Down to 28. There to the west of Alexandria. I'll continue to watch that one as well here. So, man, 45 minutes into this thing, and I'm not seeing anything firing just yet. But the way it was looking, last high res model that I looked at, it was trending like around 5-6ish timeline. Again, you still got that interception that's going to take place here. So again, you see that this little line back here. It's right coming in here, and it's kind of it's running faster than this stuff out ahead of it. It's going to run into it. So again, that could be helped with the wind shear. As when we talk wind shear, just so you know, if you haven't heard the term wind shear, at the surface you got winds that are racing out of the south, at the upper, maybe you got them coming in a different direction, kind of like this aloft. So when you get that kind of interception of the two different winds, that adds to the spin of the atmosphere, and that's what gives you your tornadoes to develop with that changing wind shear. So you got to have lift, you got to have wind shear, that kind of thing. Now for this time of year, you're still late March, you're not going to get overly impressive cloud tops thing like you do in late spring and summer. We're not you're talking maybe 35 to 40,000 feet at best, whereas you get later into the spring and summer, maybe you're talking 45, 50,000 footers, tops with some of that. So it's one of those things when you're dealing with an early spring kind of setup right now with this active weather right now with this particular storm. So like I said, we're just kind of waiting and seeing right now. And while we're at it, let me double check here. I want to see. My wife told me to knock myself out. Thanks to my wife. God bless her. Anyway, let me take a look here. I want to take a look at see if the Storm Prediction Center's got anything new out here for as far as convective outlook. Nothing I can see here. Other than the watch box they got. They are looking at stuff over in Iowa as well, so there's two regions they're talking about. So the time frame they're looking for for this, and that's what I was saying. It was after 5 Eastern time, by the way, 4 Central. Calls for the line still to evolve between 4 and 6 time frame to accomplish increased potential tornado risk. So that's when that back part of that line kind of catches up. That's what we're waiting on. When that push of air catches up with that stuff that's out ahead of it, and that looks like that'll happen here probably within the next hour or so, that's when the tornado risk is going to start going up. So what we're watching is that boundary coming off from west to east, catching up with that initial stuff. So when that catches up, when this catches up here, that boundary right through here, and catches up with that line, that's when I think will start to get a little more significant to watch here for this afternoon. So the radar here, yeah, that's the one up near Monroe. Go back to this one. It's a little bit longer mode here. I mean, look at these streams through here. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, you got these like layers of these lines. You got line, 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 all up in here, just one after the other. As you got that big trough, just digging up all through here. Coming all the way around. So that's what we're waiting on right now, is for that initial line to catch up with the other one and then see things going. So as we get into the basically eastern portions of Louisiana, that's when things will get to. I'm really kind of surprised these guys decided to stay there where they're at. If it was me, if I was chasing this stuff, I probably would have camped out in Tallulah, I think. They're just to the west of Vicksburg, and kind of waited right there. That's probably where I would have gone. Or further, or down, or just the west of Vidalia, further south. So one of those two places where I would have set. If I was chasing, that's where I would have gone. But I'm not chasing. I'm sitting here in the luxury of my home up here in northeast Metro Atlanta. That's where I am from. So continue to watch this very, very delicately. And while we're doing that, I'm going to look over here at my other thing. We'll switch radars again. That's behind the front. Nothing there on that. Quarter hail. Let's go back to poke. Not too far. Mississippi, definitely too far there. Just kind of dumping between the sites here to see which one has the best look at everything. Not seeing anything just yet, but that's what I'm going to be watching. Go back to the chat bunks here. Where we going here? Oh, Johnny, I'm sorry. I was going back over to my stuff. I appreciate your support, Johnny. I really do. It is just one of those things when you're I call myself a baby YouTuber. That's why I refer to myself as a baby YouTuber, because I only 6 months into this and I've only got a few thousand followers. So that to me qualifies me as a baby YouTuber, and I'll continue to do that. So, ding! Somebody loves me. It's awesome. Anyway. The wait and see approach. I tell you, that's tough. So, let me go back to quad chart here. Kind of looking at what. Ah, Freddie, your camera was terrible, dude. There it goes. There it got cleared. I'm kind of watching. Freddie's getting close to intercepting that storm. I just wanted to kind of pull that video up there. I wish somebody would clear the ice off that Duluth camera. It's been snowing pretty good up that way. Oh, that's a nice looking cell. Yeah, that's very nice. That's pretty where the best action's at. I'm gonna go back to Iowa again, man. I'm gonna bounce up here. Da 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 da. Ooh, that's a nasty cell in Jefferson. Let's see where he's at. That's Ben. I'm trying to find where he's at now. There's Freddie right there. So the bottom left-hand corner where you see that storm there that Freddie's tracking down, and that's what he's seeing right out in front of him. So probably some hail with that sucker between Jefferson and Grand Junction there in Iowa. So that's where he's at right now. But he's not streaming on the Radar Omega, but he is intercepting that particular cell right through there. So let's look at that a little bit. I'll zoom out a little bit closer. See how fast the thing's moving. So he actually got on the other side of it, so I think he's trying to parallel it as it runs up toward the north there. So, and then he's got some other stuff back behind him he needs to be careful of too. Still's got some other stuff down here. So it's in this zone right there where the temperature gradient is kind of its best, is right through there. That's where he's. Oh, look at the Mamatis. Oh, that's sweet. He's showing some of the Mamatis. Let me go back over to this. So this is Iowa. Freddie's getting out. Come on, dude. You were showing it a second ago. Don't leave me hanging. What's wrong with you? Come on. There you go. Go up there. Show that Mamatis cloud there. There. Well, sort of. He's kind of tilting down, but. Yeah, that's a pretty healthy cell. I guarantee that's dumping some hail there. I don't know how big it is, but there's some hail in there for sure. Let me take a look here. I can tell you right now there's hail in there. Let's go take a look. Yeah, a little bit, not too bad. I got a little bullseye right there. So that cell he's tracing there's got some. That's hail, but not very big. That's why there's no warning with it, because it's not huge hailer. But there's some hail with that one. Absolutely. Back from the vertical there. And where you at? He is. Oh, he's moving again. So he's moving up toward. He's intercepting that storm. So we'll back over to watch Freddie here chase down. Still keep an eye on Brandon and Connor. See if they get anything down there in Louisiana to start firing. Hasn't started just yet. Haven't had a single warning yet, but we're coming up on the 5 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock. So it's between 4 and 6. Guess if I would have done my conversion right and ran, oh yeah, that's Central Daylight Time. Maybe I would have started this broadcast an hour later, but that's okay. I don't mind. This is kind of fun. Let me go back down here. I'll switch. Whoops. Whoa. All right. So Brandon and Connor just out there waiting for this line. That's what they're out ahead of. Keep that in the loop here. Oh, leave my. I always keep forgetting to read my chat box up. I'll keep my chat box up here. I'm gonna put thanks. Ooh. Not sure where that's coming from. Not coming from the desktop because I got it covered. Johnny and Dulce. Bing. Ooh. Da 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 da. Let me go back to my cross section. I want to keep an eye on this one. This one should be looped up and up now. Let me see here. That's the cell they're watching. Quarter inch hail. That's not a big deal. VIL 3.54. I was dealing with VIL that was sitting in the like mid 30s, 40s yesterday. So no warnings just yet. But I can see where a couple of those chasers are sitting. That's the most intense storm I've seen. There's some rotation down here to the south. Marginal, not very weak right now. So I was kind of looking at this cross section here, and where you see that triangle showing quarter size hail with that, and there's some weak circulation down to the south that's sitting that's about 30 knots. Not really, not significant there. So when we're talking about velocity mode is when you can kind of see how the air is moving. So winds that are going away and toward the radar, that's that red and the green. And when you get them real close to each other, that's when you kind of get that tornadic. It can start out very broad rotation, and it kind of tightens up, almost like imagine it like a ballerina pulling their arms in, and they kind of get real tight, and that's what you watch for the tornado spit-ups there. Because I mean, we got some very high winds aloft with the jet stream coming through here, so it don't take a whole lot to bring it down to the surface. That's why the dynamics with this thing are really good, very good. So we're just waiting to see if we're going to get the storms to develop as the best jet energy here kind of comes into this zone where you got the max daytime heating and you got your best dynamics coming in here. The combination of the two to kind of set off the potential for that enhanced area of severe weather, which is, storm prediction guys are pretty good. Yesterday's bullseye was it was around the periphery a little bit. It seemed like it was kind of, I wouldn't call it a bullseye day, but it was definitely kind of hitting around a little bit. So, this is that zone just off toward the east. So as that line is moving off toward the east, that's where we're going to be watching that stuff to kind of get fired up and going. So, and my guess is once this warnings start going, hopefully I'll have a few more people actually tune in and watch this a little bit. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. So far I've had 34 views. 34. So it's a start. Yesterday I had 126 for the 4-hour event. So this is about on par with that. So, one of these days I'd like to get to 1.5 million viewers at a time. That would be nice. But let's be realistic. You'd be happy with 1,000, wouldn't you? Yeah, I sure would. Let me go back to Radar Mega here. Sorry, I digress. Don't want to stay on there for too long. Alrighty. So we're coming up on the first hour here of the coverage. And so far, as far as not getting any bad weather, so far so good. But it's now as we enter hour number 2 that we're expecting things between 5 and 6 Eastern, 4 and 5 Central for things to start to evolve downward. This is the time we're expecting from now for the next 2 hours as we're kind of watching things kind of come together here, that we're expecting things to get going. And I've got the spotters are out there, they're watching this. The chasers are out there, they're watching this. The weather service guys are sitting at their radars, they're watching this, and everybody's watching this. And what I hate seeing with this stuff is that the stuff starts going after the sun goes down, or right when the sun's going down, because Mississippi, if folks remember last year, I can't remember the name of that town. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It was up northern Mississippi. It got leveled at night, and I believe it was like on the 30th or 31st of March last year. I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but it was pretty close to this time, and this town got leveled with some very bad stuff there with that. It was really something bad to see. So I don't like seeing any kind of bad storms at night. That's for darn sure. So I'll go back into the full length here. Kind of seeing this. So yeah, I'm satisfied with what I've gotten so far as my tools and equipment. What I'm going with, I'm getting better with the Radar Omega. I used another tool for a lot of years, but I've kind of gotten used to this one now. So I'm getting better with that. So what's interesting is that I'm looking at my live chat on here, and it's about 20 minutes behind me. Not sure why, but the live stream's not. But the one up here is lagging a little bit. So, but the chat box is not. Chat box is staying right where it's supposed to. So it's kind of an interesting little thing. I had scheduled this as a 4 o'clock, and then I came on 10 minutes early to a 10-minute countdown before I got going. I don't know if that's the reason why or what, but this is where we're at. So we're at 5:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we're just waiting to see what's going to happen here with these storms here for this afternoon. So continue to watch my cross section here. I'm trying to see if there's anything that stands out as this thing is looping through here. Well, we're getting awfully close. Where these things are going to start interacting with each other. So I can show you what I'm talking about here. So you're looking here, right? All right. So what I'm waiting on, or what I'm waiting to see is when you got this activity out ahead of here, and how it interacts with the main line that's going through as it comes through. When they do, that's when you kind of get your spin ups to kind of happen in here. So, you know, it's like we're talking tens of miles away with this right now. So I know we're getting that window that the weather server, that Storm Prediction Center is putting out is probably pretty accurate there with that. As we watch these storms, this is the Fort Polk radar right through here. So as this storm gets into eastern portions of Louisiana, that's where I still think things should start to go downhill. You see all these circulation centers, but this is way at the end of the radar's range. It's elevated up in here. Where's the next closest one? See, I'm right in, but and the thing is, the radars like this one's got access to is kind of in between all of them, so I can look from this direction, and it's kind of far. You see, everything's kind of elevated. Shreveport behind it, not really showing much there. So I'm kind of bouncing between these radars. That's too far away. So just for me to stay at Fort Polk seems to be the best one to stay at right now. As we watch this, kind of loop that through there. So I'm kind of watching and see how things progress. The one good thing we're not seeing, again, I think if we had a little bit better heating of it, like say if we were more into the upper 70s to lower 80s, if we had better instability, better heat, we probably would have more localized supercells out ahead of this squall line. That would be more concerned to watch those individual supercells to kind of, what we're looking for here is a little bit different. We're waiting for the intersection of a squall line with some other activity that could potentially add to that spin and add some potential tornadoes there. And that's why that watch box is currently kind of sitting in that same area. So sitting right through there. That's the current watch. That goes until 9 o'clock. By the way, 9 o'clock. So that is 8 o'clock Central. My bad. 8 Central, 9 o'clock my time. So So that's the area of concern. Although what I do suspect is that line gets a little bit further and further off toward the east here. Nothing starts to fire. They're probably going to start trimming away some of those. I'm more concerned about the counties in the eastern portions of that watch box than, say, the western, like Texas and everything else like that. It's kind of the tail end Charlie on whether that's going to catch that or not. So just something I will be watching with full attention. Alrighty, I'm going to look over here. Let me look at the regional here. I want to look at oops. That still amazes me when I look back over to the west of this. I was kind of, as I'm waiting for this stuff to fire, I want to mention the fact, the winter portion of this. I mean, these areas here sitting in, way below normal. It is the 25th of March, and these areas across western Kansas sitting basically in the mid upper 20s, and it's snowing. And it's snowing all the way down in Amarillo areas, and some of these areas were getting severe weather yesterday, or just getting beat with a little bit of snow right being on the wraparound. It's kind of an elongated part of low pressure. It kind of was showing up pretty decently on the water. Let me see if it's still showing up on the water vapor. I hadn't showed that yet. Yeah, you kind of see that. Yeah, that little green there kind of laying back. It is an elongated low. You got that dry punch kind of going in off the middle of it, and then you got that wraparound. Hey, my lovely bride just walked to the door. Hello, honey.
Hello, honey.
She is a hard-working dental hygienist, and she keeps my teeth nice and white, although they're due for cleaning. So you get that punch that's going up through there, and it's kind of an elongation of the low, kind of hanging back with the upper low, hanging back toward Colorado, and that very deepening trough there. That's moving into, and that water vapor is actually showing up pretty well there. So, you got these. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let me get the right tool up here. So the winds are kind of coming in, and they're kind of separating a little bit. They're kind of spreading through there. So we're watching. You get the big deepening trough, coming through there, and the winds, they kind of split a little bit through there. Sorry, actually, it'll probably help if I just make this a little bit bigger so I can actually draw in here better. So big deepening trough, and I got to get a new mouse, and I plan on it. And you kind of see the winds kind of doing this. All right, and when they do that, it's called diffluence. It adds to the wind shear, and as it progresses a little bit closer to it, that's when we're going to watch for that severe weather across Louisiana to kind of take place, because the winds are separating here like this in that zone. So shows up nicely on the water vapor. Definitely something to look going there. Let me see here. Interact. I think I'm going to go national here. Yes. That still blows my mind when I see the extreme of those temperatures there. I mean, you got temperatures well into the 60s all the way up into Michigan. I mean, in some areas, those Michigan, before it warmed up, was actually getting snow, and now it's warmed back up again. You see that surge of warm air going into Iowa, sitting there in the 60s, but in the 30s, just a little ways away, 30, 40 miles away, it's below freezing. So that's why we're getting a few of those thunderstorms up there with the actual front as that's moving through there right now. But very mild out ahead of it, cold air coming down behind it. So I'm gonna continue to watch as we get that split in the jet stream flow. You can see all that little water vapor there. That's what we're waiting to see. Forget these thunderstorms as we're sitting at 5:08, and I'm sitting there and watch these stuff very carefully here. I'll continue to watch my cross section here. That's better. That's better wind shear above that I've seen in a while. That's decent. That's 105 knots. Sitting at 11,000 feet though. So here we are. Let me lock that down. Hate seeing the cross lines. Drives me crazy. Go back here to the quad as we watch the guys here. Poor Brandon and Connor, they're probably like me. They're going, okay, where's the stuff? We're here. We want to chase it. Where's it at? And oh man, that camera in Duluth got completely iced up. Oh man, that's terrible. That wind must have really shifted around there and froze up that camera. It was looking good earlier, and now it's gotten completely iced up with the snows there in Duluth off the channel up there. So I gotta find me another goddamn camera again. I was trying to find some winter weather here. Keep one winter camera out there if I can. And Freddie's intercepted that storm, but he's got more back behind him. I'm gonna have to find me another weather cam there for that. That's terrible. Wait for the new scans come in. Let me go to my full here. I'm going to go grab me a drink real quick. Stand by real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me a drink. I'm back. This is the Drink of Champions. There's Dr. Pepper Zero with a little cream case. That's my favorite drink. Oh, well, I see flood statements come out. I really don't care about it. Oh, wait a minute.
All offerings received on Easter Sunday will not stay.
Sorry, let me mute that real quick. I was just telling my wife that I want to talk. So actually, the flash flood warning that came out is for Puerto Rico. Cosmo, I wonder if that's what my brother there in arms was talking about earlier. That there's a flash flood warning that came up for Puerto Rico right now. So. Hey, speaking of what I just mentioned, I just said this like 2 seconds ago. What did I say about the fact that I didn't see anything going on to the back to the west there, and they just trimmed away some of those counties? See, that's what I was saying. They had the watch box up. I was like, I just didn't see there. It looks like the main line had gone by, and I think they went ahead and trimmed those counties away. So the counties are being trimmed away. But with that being said, areas out ahead of the storm, going into Mississippi, back toward Baton Rouge, maybe down as far south as New Orleans, that area up in there, you're probably going to see an additional watch box get issued here pretty soon with that go through there. So I see one little storm report. Let me just check and see what that storm report's all about. I just saw one post. It wasn't there earlier. So I will go take a look and see what that one's about. That is trees and power lines down with trees down on a house trapping residents. Okay. Now, whether that was, it says thunderstorm wind damage. It may have been as high as the wind's been gusting through there. It doesn't take much, but that's the first storm report from this area that I've seen as far as any damage is concerned. So we got the first one there. with that right now. But again, most of the storm activity right now is back off toward the east of that area. That was in the Shreveport area, and you can see Shreveport right now is not looking too bad. There's some storms there to the little rain there to the southwest, but the bulk of this activity is away from there for right now. So, made a good chat there down my gentleman from Puerto Rico who likes to chat. I think that's what he was talking about earlier. They got some flash flooding going on in Puerto Rico right now. So I saw the warning light come on in my display. So a little prayer there for the folks there in Puerto Rico. Yeah, he said there may be strong thunderstorms develop in the area of Puerto Rico. I want thunderstorms to form. You want them to form? I don't think I would. Got flooding on that island. That's for darn sure. No one will see that. It was interesting yesterday with the severe weather we had going on. We had severe thunderstorm warnings in Los Angeles. There was like 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that posted in LA yesterday. My daughter lives out there, so that was definitely kind of a neat thing to watch. So watching these storms right now, they're kind of holding their own. They're definitely not weakening right now. So we're waiting to see here now that we're kind of after the 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to check and see if there's been any kind of update from SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, on their discussion. That is... Okay, that was up there, Iowa. So they're not going to put a watch box up into the Iowa area. I was just kind of checking to see if they had any kind of discussion or even think on that right now. And so they're watching this line as it gets off to the east of the cell. I'm still waiting to see if they're gonna put a new watch box out for the other area. You got 61 counties there in that watch box currently. And they're saying between 4 and 6. So we're in the hour right now. That's what they're looking at. 1 or 2 supercells coming about increased risk for tornadoes. And I'll kind of read you the discussion here so you kind of hear what they're saying. The thunderstorms have been slow to substantially intensify to this point. However, gradual modification in the boundary layer is ongoing, particularly in the narrow corridor in advance of the evolving line southeast of Fort Polk through the Alexandria and Monroe vicinities, where the surface dew points are likely to continue to increase through the mid to upper 60s. Beneath this is a 50 to 60 knot southerly wind. I mentioned that earlier. Low-level hydrographs off show large clockwise curves. So again, the wind shear element, as I was showing you there. Inflow and more unstable air may become sufficient to support more rapidly intensification of stronger cells embedded within the line. If this occurs, the environment is conducive for the evolution of supercells, posing a risk for tornadoes, possibly including strong tornado or 2. So when they word a strong tornado or 2, they're talking about an EF3 or above, a big one. There's definitely sufficient dynamics aloft to do that, but so far have not seen anything on this to develop just yet. And there's the guy from Puerto Rico. Yes, hey, I did see that, by the way. I see you just posted that there is a flash. I did see just a flash flood warning there in Puerto Rico just popped up in there. Salas, Corozal, and Manatee. I got it. I've never been to Puerto Rico, so I don't really know. But they do have some flash flood warnings here with those storms. No active severe thunderstorm warnings, which you can get, but they're getting some heavy rains there right now. So anyway, I'm looking. Let me stop this real quick. Checking these rotations. God, that's nothing. That's too low. Nothing there. 3/4 inch hail with that one. That's interesting. So I'll show you my cross level here. So again, where that filled in boxes, we're getting 3/4 inch hail potential in there. You're getting some rotation near the Fort Polk radar, where those 2 green circles are sitting in there, but they're pretty weak. They're definitely getting some rotation, but nothing severe as of yet. So I'll stay on this box right here. Let's see what these guys are seeing in here. Zoom in here. That's Brandon. Pardon me. Didn't mean. Oh, he's not broadcasting just yet. Looks like he's got a bad zone. Oh, unless he's over on the. Let's see if he's still. Nope, he's in a bad cell. Yep, he's down. He is down for the moment. Low cell data. See anybody else out there broadcasting? I can zoom in on. I don't see anybody else out there. Jaden. So let's check it. I'm scanning up and down this line to see if there's anything that kind of stands out for me. Nothing to write home about just yet. Not a big push off to the east with this yet either. It's kind of what we call training, when it's kind of moving over the same ground. Be interested to see what some of the rainfall totals have been on this. Let me see what I'll take a look at that real quick. And I might have some of my chaser stuff on. Let me go back here. I don't have my desktop on, but I can hear it back behind me. So none of their audio's coming, but they're bleeding over into my speaker behind me. Let me take care of that real quick. I know I ain't coming from him because he is not chasing right now. So let's go to... Oh, we got our first warning. Oh, we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning. Was the cell I was just looking at too. Yes, severe thunderstorm warning with 3/4 inch. That's where that triangle showed up with 3/4 inch hail. Saw that right there. So got our first severe thunderstorm warning at 4:20 Central Daylight Time. We got this. Let me go ahead and fix my crawl up here. I'll need to fix this. Manage feeds. I'm gonna turn the watch off for right now and just leave the. I'll leave the tornado watch off, and we're just gonna keep the warnings on for right now. So it'll pop up there in a minute. It'll just take it a second. Oh, there it goes. Yep, current severe thunderstorm warning. So this warning right now is for Grant, LaSalle, and Wynn. It goes until 5 Central Daylight Time. So we got about 39 minutes on this particular warning right there. So also showing some indications of some rotation in there as well, but just a little. But that is where that cell right there was kind of showing near Dry Pyong. And let's see here. Let's see here. So you kind of see the side-by-side comparison here. Whoop, not that one. This one. You kind of see right there where that, right near Dry Prong, that's where that little indentation right through there, that is where the strongest winds are blowing currently with that. So we got our first warning for the afternoon. Also getting some, just when I was getting ready to check to see if there was any flooding problems, they also issued a flash flood warning for Vernon in Louisiana. I was getting ready to change over and look at the rainfall totals on that. So let's go back to Radar Omega. So there's our current warning. Let's take a look at the. I was going to look at the precipitation storm totals with us so far, and you see the rain's been parallel and kind of going in the same spot. I can highlight some of these here just to kind of highlight. Yeah, look at this. It'll be 2.5 inches, 3 inches of rain, 3 inches of rain, 3 inches of rain, 3 inches. I mean, these are pretty gully washers, and they're training. We say training because it's like railroad tracks. The storms are falling over the same ground, and you're seeing some pretty good rainfall amounts, 2 to 3 inches with these storms so far in there. So that's why I wanted to take a look at that real quick. So looking at the DBZ, yeah, 50 some. That's not bad. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. 53. That's some pretty good. That's not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. So I looped this a little bit. So not in a big hurry. In fact, if it stays on there, and this is where these two storm spotters are sitting up here. See if Vince is seeing. He's not seeing too much there right now. He's looking south, at that particular storm. You can see that. So they got themselves in a good position. Not that bad. Right along the middle portion of that line. Hopefully they can stay out of it. But right now doesn't look too bad in his position just yet. But that storm's knocking on his front door. See, Brandon's still not displaying. He's still got bad data. But Vince is showing pretty good. So that storm's heading in his direction. He's in the warning box area. And the worst of this appears to be down in here. So this is heading up in his direction. Keep my whistle wet. I'll full screen there for you. There you go. Bam. So we got our first severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon. Let's continue to watch the watch. Although the watch box, I'm waiting to see if the Storm Prediction Center folks are going to be coming out with their new watch box. It's very interesting. It was good that my eyeball was catching the area where I thought maybe a warning would go. And another thing I want to point out here with this, again, you got this line catching up now with the storms that are out ahead of it. Okay, so that's part of the tool there as far as enhancing the strength, the velocity of the storms, the potential spin ups of the storms. I'll be watching for areas down here where it's kind of catching up, kind of in this area, to see if we get any kind of spin ups there as well. So that's what I'm going to be looking very closely here over the next hour or so with that cell. So if you're coming in and you're tuning in and you're coming in to this, again, the chat box is functional, and I do have a way to bring up anybody's questions or highlights and things like that. I do appreciate everybody's views on this. So there's just so you, again, where the watch box is at, and it goes, the warning's right dead center of what's left. Well, not really a watch box anymore. They don't use boxes anymore, but where the current counties are with the watches. There will be additional watches that'll go, tornado watches that will go up here probably within the next hour, depending on where this line is. It's not getting a really big push to the east. It probably will once that push line catches up with it. It starts moving it, but we'll see it go into the overnight hours as it stretches into Mississippi and goes into the lower portions of Louisiana as well. Here probably within the next hour or so. So I keep checking with the Storms Prediction Center to see if they're gonna list that here shortly or not. So I'm gonna keep looking at my transition. Let me loop this again. So that is 3/4 inch hail. Again, I'll show you the cross section. Same storm we're watching there, right there north of dry prong. I guess that's how you pronounce that. Showing 3/4 inch hail, 7% there. Pretty good intense storm. You can see the Georgetown, Tulos, Urena, Ola, I guess that's all that in there. Some pretty gusty winds in there as well. Not seeing any rotations, not seeing the reds on greens. You notice the velocity mode. There's some high winds over there, but not seeing the reds on greens just yet. Nothing like that to be concerned about so far. Okay. Oh, Brandon's back up again. Brandon, he's the guy. He's the one that's in position near that particular storm. I have to check to see where Connor's at. And Freddie, of course, he's up in Iowa intercepting the storms up there. And my Duluth winter cam got completely iced over. I am so bummed. All right, so one warning out right now that is for Grant, LaSalle, and Wynn. That goes until 5 o'clock right now. So we got another about 30 minutes left on that particular warning right now. And that's, I'm sure, the first will probably more as we go here for the next hour or so. As things start to get cranking here on the severe weather here across the deep south. Lock that thing down. Lock, I don't like that thing being up like that. There we go. Don't like that. Let me go back to There's the chat box up. Kind of watching Brandon there. And the box there where it shows the United States right now, that'll eventually will switch over to storm reports once they start coming into the weather service. That'll stop populating. It'll populate tornado. It'll populate hail. It'll populate wind reports, wind damages. That'll start coming in there over time. So the chat box is up. If anybody wants to start putting anything in there, they can. Outside of the gentleman from Puerto Rico, who I can actually see is in English, is actually converting over here, but not on the chat. Kind of weird how it does that. Hey, they cleaned the lens off finally. Somebody went and cleared off that lens. I was watching somebody just came along and cleared the camera lens there in Duluth, where it's snowing pretty good. That's the channel right there. There's a canal right through there, and but it's sitting right on the lake. And it's been snowing pretty good there, but I don't know how much longer it'll be before that lens clears up, because the lens is being blown right in with that snow, and it won't take long for that snow to clear that. You can see it going on right now. It's going to cover up the snow right through there. Look, it looks like Freddie's broken into some sunshine right now up there. I'll have to check to see where he's at here in a second. All right, let me go back over here to the Red Omega. We're still tracking that first warning right now. And that's in effect for another 30 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds with this. Let's see, Brian. He's in the soup right now. You know, he's getting into the heavy rains. That's probably my only concern with some of this stuff right now is its potential, because of we're dealing with a squall line. Is you may get circumstances where, if anything tornadic does get going, it may be rain wrapped or hidden, and you can't see it until it's like right on top of you. So, but these guys like Brandon, they've been doing this for a while. They know what to look for, and you know, a bunch of other folks out there. Old Timmer, you know, the guy who does a lot of storm chasing. But looks like a lot of folks are just out there. Just plain old heavy rains, and we saw there where the rainfall amounts upwards of 2 to 3 inches have already fallen across that area because of the storms kind of running over the same ground right now. I'm going to go and kick off this one. Where is Georgetown? Connor's up in Georgetown. I'm trying to figure out where Georgetown, Louisiana is here. So I'm looking to the storms here south of where that watch box currently is, as that line's starting to intersect that squall line out ahead of it. Let's see if we get any potential spin-ups in there or intensifications. Now, one thing I'll say about this storm here is, as I'm looking at it here, you kind of get a little bit of not quite bowing. I can see it. You can see it with the reflectivity aloft. But you kind of see the heavier sitting right through there. So that's our one warning so far. But everybody out ahead of this, like Vicksburg and Jackson, Macomb, Natchez, those areas going into tonight, even down toward Opelousas. I guess that's how you pronounce that. I don't know. Anybody in Louisiana, I didn't mean to. Baton Rouge, even potentially Macomb. Those areas need to be very much on the watch out here for tonight as this thing gets going here over the next hour or so. So let me look over at my cross section here. I'm going back and forth between my two radars just so while I'm showing one, I can show the other. There's that. If you want to know what that flash flood warning is, there's that green box down to the south. There's what the flash flood warning was. That's Vernon, and that's where I was showing the highest rainfalls, just to the east of the Fort Polk, right through there. So now it looks like Connor's gotten into the heavy rains. He's showing up near Georgetown. I'll have to figure out where Georgetown, I'm not exactly sure where that's at. Let me look real quick. I'm not familiar where Georgetown's at. I saw it a minute ago, but I'm not exactly sure. I know my major cities, but some of the small town stuff I do not know. Georgetown. Georgetown Village, Louisiana. Where are you at? There you are. Let's see where he's at. It's north of Alexandria. All right. Okay, he's in the same general area. Must be an unincorporated town because it's not popping up on my feed. All right, he should be seeing some. He's got a very nice cell coming right at him. It's Vince. He's not showing much of anything. Toulouse, Louisiana. He must not quite, but you can see the. Let me switch over. I'm sorry. Let's get to the right camera. There we go. This is Vince's camera. He's turn around. Let's see what you got there, buddy. Not seeing much there. See the lowering clouds, but not seeing much activity in his area. So we're gonna shut him down. That's kind of weird. He's that's okay. So he's outside, and then he's out of it too. So kind of watching what the storm. You see the lowering cloud base there ahead. A little sunshine back behind it. It must be the other chasers out ahead of them. All right. Yeah, the worst that cell is crossing that river right now. But Connor, he's in the soup right now. See the upper right hand corner there. He's in some very heavy rains right now. Brandon's kind of outside of it right now. And it looks like Freddie's getting ready to intercept another storm up there in Louisiana. I mean, in Iowa, Louisiana. Duh, wrong state. Iowa, which is thousands of miles away. Shows you how vast this storm system is. So, I'm going to go to my regional radar here. I want to do some scanning up and down the weather. Turn these fronts up. No. That's a very impressive line. Look at this up here in Louisiana. Look at this up in. I was kind of looking up the regional radar here. That's a pretty impressive. That's a prefrontal troughiness right through there, but this is up toward the north in Arkansas. That's a very impressive little line there. Kind of zoom in a little bit closer there. Oops, not that one. Over here. I mean, that's some very heavy rain through that squall. That is very nasty. Just moved through Little Rock going off toward the east. But this is where I'm focusing and looking. Trying to see if we get anything more to fire up in there. God, the rainfall amount's got to be through the roof. There's Georgetown. That's where he's at. Shows up on this radar. So that warning goes in effect until 5. Toulouse, Georgetown, Ola, Mudville, Breezy Hill, Lutz, Dry Prong. They're just getting hammered by that storm right now. Where that warning currently is sitting. That's what Connor was showing there. He was in Georgetown. That's where the heaviest of that rain was falling. Oh, Brandon lost. Looks like the cops got him. Did I see him pulled over? Oh no, he's with another storm chaser. I thought that was a police officer for a second. He's with another storm chaser. I thought that was a cop for a second. I was like, oh man, don't get the guy in trouble. And it looks like Freddie stopped to take a look at what's going up in Iowa. I might take a look at what's going up in Iowa here in a second. I'll go back to Radar Omega. Let me go to. I'll leave it on this one while we're looking right there, and I'm gonna pop up here to Iowa real quick. Take a real quick look at what's going on up here. Hunter, Adam. See him here. Nathan. Can't find him now. You found him earlier. Kind of looking at all these different storms. That's some very heavy stuff for that one warning. That's all we got so far. What's the storm chasers clustered on this storm? This is where I think the Iowa guys are sitting. They're sitting up in here. There's those heavy storms up in Iowa. But none of these are severe, and these are just borderline right now. But these are most of these storms are between Fort Dodge and to the west of Des Moines. He had a good camera up looking at this one earlier. You kind of see the low-hanging clouds there. This is up in Iowa, to the west of Des Moines. But nothing to write home about. Looking pretty good so far. Not too bad. 52 degrees there. All right, let me go back to, let's go back down to south, shall we? We're watching this warning down up in here. Kind of pull this out, So again, we still got those dang up streaks of different showers and lines and stuff coming through there. So coming up on 4:41, so we're in that, we're 40 minutes into that 2-hour window that the Storms Prediction Center folks were expecting the possibility of this thing getting fired off. Not getting a real big push off toward the east. It's definitely not in a big hurry. It was moving decently earlier, but really come slow down. And I think part of it is because still waiting for that trough to kind of rotate around. It's paralleling the flow, so it's not getting a big push off toward the east. That's also probably why, as this trough is going to be slow to kind of swing around, it lingers in the southeast all day tomorrow, and it doesn't even clear the east coast until Wednesday. I mean, the areas along the East Coast, when I was doing my regional forecast for my my Facebook product, it wasn't clearing there until late. So it really going to be fun. And the dude's camera's all iced up again. Where's my chat box at here? I'm gonna go pull my chat box over here. It says with this one. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I was trying to see if it would let me do a translation, and I deleted them all. Whoops. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. My bad. I was trying to do something with my chat, and I accidentally deleted all my guy from Puerto Rico's chats. That was my apologies. Didn't mean to do that. I digress. Go back over the radar. Had to take care of an emergency there for a second. My apologies. All right, we got another 13 minutes left on the current warning. They're across central Louisiana, but so far it's been kind of a not too big a deal so far with this. But I just got a funny feeling what's going to end up happening with this, and I've seen this happen with these kind of systems around that you kind of get a. Oh, that's not going to work. That's just not going to work. Hold on. My wife wanted to watch a movie, and I was like, oh, that's going to be way too loud. So, anyway. So, what's interesting, I got a new subscriber. Thank you, whoever that just came on here. As we continue to watch this right now, I didn't get the alert charm, and I got to have to go back over to my other stuff. Let me try it back up here. Sure up. Yeah, and I gotta double check the storm spotters because I can hear their audio coming over. So let me go to my chasers here and make sure that they are in fact off. He's muted, so somebody's not. I can hear their audio coming through. Storm chaser. It's going to be the quad charts. So one of these guys is not him. Oops, scroll down. Not him, he's fine. One of these is not. Oh, I can hear the audio. That one's muted. Oops. I'm thinking it's. Oh, I know what it is. It's this one. Yep, there it goes. It's the Duluth one. And I was looking at Freddie's kind of showing off what's going on with his stuff up in Iowa. There's some pretty decent storms up there, but none of them have been severe at this point. Brandon and Connor were in some pretty good stuff earlier, but that has since moved on off. That warning's getting ready to expire there in the next few minutes as the worst of that storm. They may continue the warning out ahead of it, although it doesn't look all that impressive from what it was looking like earlier. They're kind of not in position there anymore. So I'm going to just stay on that camera right now. It was like we got our first warning, and I was kind of saying, "Oh, we're finally going to flip the switch." No, we just had one warning pulse up, and that's it so far. But we're about halfway through the window that the Storms Prediction Center folks were expecting the possibility of this thing kind of going a little more viral in a sense with its storm coverage. Has not happened so far, which is good. We don't want to have any major problems out there for anybody. So far, it's been okay. But there's stuff going all the way up and down this line from the regional standpoint. Let me pull this one. This is a little bit too tight. I want to back this off. Kind of show you the regional perspective here. I was going to zoom out this out a little bit. So you can kind of see the storms going through. Some thunderstorms coming up through Memphis right now, stretching back into Louisiana. And other than the severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning, we still haven't got any real big development out ahead. And the storms are just now starting to move into where that enhanced area of storms was expected right through there. And I need to turn my... didn't realize my regional thing didn't have my display back on. Let me turn that back on. There we go. There we go. Let me make sure I keep my ticker, my desktop ticker on, which I grabbed from Great Britain, by the way. That's where I grabbed that ticker from. So, anyway, hey, Cool Ray. That's Cool Ray, U.S. Army nerd. If that's who I think it is. Hey, Ray, how you doing, brother? That is good to see you there. I'm about to restart. My little Twitch twitches on me again. I'll have to restart that one again. So, Twitch is one of the services that I use for kind of doing interactive stuff. It's nothing too bad, but I do like it. I'm just kind of going back over to where I was, and I can go back down. And we'll start the startup again. And hit to B. Boom. There we go. Put my chat back on there. There we are. See, now I can select and go, hey, cool Roy. USR. Oh, Roy. I thought I said Ray. My bad. See, I didn't pull it up. It was too small when I was looking over there. So, yes, Army Nerd, that's me. 100%. Appreciate there, cool Roy. So those are neat clouds he's got there. So, yeah, Freddie's got some pretty good stuff up there. Connor's getting out of position. I go back to weather, Army Nerds. Alrighty. That's pretty cool. Anyway, go back over here. Alright. Let me go back over here. So I'm still looking at my cross section while I'm looking here, and I'm gonna kind of animate this and see if there's anything that stands out other than the rain's falling over the same grounds. Based off what I'm seeing, I don't see them extending that warning out. I think that warning's going to let it expire. I do not think they'll extend it beyond that. They might, but I'm leaning against it because it doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did earlier when it was at its strongest. So let me back this up through here. I'm kind of doing a little... Yeah, that's a pretty good wind shear at 3,000 knots. That wasn't bad. I can see why that one. TVS lit up on that one. Wow, that's interesting. This particular cell did, during one cycle, did light up a TVS. You see that little cone there in the middle. I'll zoom in here a little bit. This was earlier, but it didn't last very long. So that little pink dot you see right through here, that was a tornado a signature for a possible tornado. But it was only there for once. It was only there for a couple scans, and then it was gone. So, and then it kind of moved off. It's definitely lost its punch there. So, as you kind of see that, see the bright reds in there, and then as I take it forward, it definitely lost its punch. So, yeah, I would not suspect that one will get extended out. I think they'll let that one expire here shortly. So I'll go back over to Radar Omega here. These guys have moved further off toward the west. The chasers have. So how are we going to get into develop down here? This zone right through here with all these different little lines interacting through here. You actually see that what's up that line kind of blowing through here. Of the winds coming in from the west. But nothing yet as far as watching these storms go. As we're coming up on 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central. We're about halfway through that window where the SBC was thinking about the possibility of storms. I want to see if they're considering extending the watch box out just yet. We'll take a look here. Not yet. Nope, nothing there yet. Last update was about 2.5 hours ago. So just double checking, making sure there wasn't any new or pertinent to come out of there just yet. So the regionally, I'll just transition this over here. Again, you see the rains going all the way from Chicago, coming back through Missouri, some pretty steady rains. You're seeing the thunder and lightning there across portions of Iowa. That's that one little zone there for potential severe weather there, although it's been below severe weather limits. We've only had one warning so far across Louisiana. And again, that was my concern going in with this as far as when they went enhanced, I was like, yeah, the dynamics are pretty good, but I was a little concerned about whether there was going to be enough instability there, latent heat. When we talk about, when you hear the term CAPE, latent heat, you're talking about a fuel source. So think of it almost like gasoline for a storm, okay? So we're not really seeing a whole ton of that across Louisiana going into Mississippi, at least not being shown just yet. I'm going to go take a look at one of these model data here real quick. Let me double check here something I want to take a look at. I'm going to check over here to there's the 18Z. And we'll look at the CAPE here. I was just looking at the model data here, looking at the CAPE, and that looks the best tornadoes. I'm looking at the 18Z here, as far as the significant tornado parameter. That's right here. This is the last 18Z run here. That would be, that's going into right about, that'd be like 6 o'clock. So within the next hour, that's when the highest tornado parameters would be there. See, that's based off the model data right now, at least. That's what it's showing. So that's that. He's just sitting out there. See what he's showing. He's still driving? Yeah, he's still driving. It's like he's in a convoy with a couple of storm chasers going through town there. One thing I'd say, chasing in that part of the country, unlike when we were showing the video of stuff yesterday, where you could see for miles out there on the plains, when you're chasing there in Louisiana, you see all these dang trees and stuff. Very difficult to see unless you get to a clearing like with some farmland or something. But yeah, not a really great spot to be able to see what's going on down at the surface, especially if it's off in a distance. You really can't get a good see there. Yeah, he's got you got another storm chaser. I can see the thing on his roof. These guys, the technology available, especially with the satellite stuff now. I mean, you can really you keep your connectivity going full tilt there. But yeah, he doesn't look too bad where he's at currently. He's with a couple of chasers in here. That's probably Vince with him. Yeah, he's probably the lead. Yeah, he's the lead car. He's the lead car. Vince is out front, and the other guy's is following behind him. So, a couple of the storm chasers there. So that warning is now gone. So that warning has expired. So that crawl will drop off here in a second as it updates. So no current warnings out for the moment. As we enter hour number 2 of this coverage, again, those coming in and coming out, I appreciate you checking me out and watching this coverage here for tonight as we kind of wait for things to get cracking here. I plan on being on this probably another 3 or 4 hours, and we'll see how things work out. If it turns out to be a bust, it turns out to be a bust. But I'm still thinking it probably won't be. It's just one of those things. It'll be kind of a late breaker on this one right now. And let's see here, just for kicks and giggles, I'm looking to make sure that they haven't done anything. Nope, they have not changed it. SPC says nope. We put an enhanced there, and well, that's our story, and we're sticking to it. So that squall line is just now starting to get into that orange region, which is the enhanced region for severe weather. We've had this whole circulation for today, and I think it's teetering on the edge of a bust, because we really haven't. We had one warning so far this whole afternoon. There's been nothing else out there, especially even in that yellow area for the slight risk. We've just not seen it. So not saying it's a bust yet. Still got a little more. We still got another hour or two before I throw my hat and say, yeah, it's a bust. But so far, we'll wait and see. You got to believe the data. You got to believe what the data is showing you. You've been doing this long. You look at the different elements. You look at the things that are going on, and you can't really say no for sure it's going to be that. I need to turn that back on. And I got to turn that one back on. Doop. I'm going to keep that's my generic crawl I keep down below. All right, let me get back up here toward the radar picture. Stay on this. We want to stay on this. We want to see radar. We don't want to see no boring little generic map. We want to see the good stuff. So while we look at that. So there's where the current perspective there again of the yellow is your severe thunderstorm. I mean your tornado watch boxes. The pink, the blue, the orange. That's your winter part of this on the back part of the storm right now. So the high wind is all the wind advisories are all there in the brown. So that's what we're seeing right now with this. It's going to be probably a very breezy night here in Georgia later tonight, and for a lot of areas across the south. So we look at the looking at the water vapor imagery here to see anything downstream. Yeah, I mean, if that's what I was looking at, I'd be. You got that dry punch coming in here. You got the high water vapor coming in there. Got a nice influence on it. That's where I would be looking. That's exactly where I would think it would be. Let's go back over to the radar. .71 degrees, dew point. That's interesting to see. So you see how warm it's warming up there. So it's very windy. You see that this is over in Jackson. It's 71 degrees there, dew point 61. It's breezy. Kind of going up there. So the air mass out ahead of this stuff should be a little more unstable as we continue to go. Let's look what's going on here. So it's 72 degrees, 2.64. That's in Columbia, Mississippi. Just kind of checking out some of these. Hattiesburg, 71 degrees, 2.70. So you can kind of see the conditions there and how windy it is. Clouds moving at a pretty good clip there. So I'm just kind of checking these areas out ahead of where the stuff's going. Look how fast the clouds moving over the campus there. And again, the camera's shaking because it's just a breezy, windy day all across the southeast. So let's see here. Oops. Kind of checking some of this stuff here. Wind chills. Ooh, that's nasty. I want to see all that. That's significant. Wow. I'll show that. Remember I was showing earlier, this is the 24-hour temperature changes there across portions of Kansas and Texas where the temperatures dropped 37 degrees in 24 hours. That big cold core down there through Nebraska and Texas, a 37-degree temperature change. It hasn't really changed all that much across the southeast from yesterday, but significant warming there across the areas of the Great Lakes and up into the northeast. But that's a nice big chill 40-degree swing in temperatures here across Kansas, where it's continuing to snow there right now. Kind of can show you that right there. So where that bullseye is with that cold, that's where the, whoops, you ain't going that far. That's where all the snow is falling currently, where the temperatures have dropped to almost 40 degrees in the last 24 hours. We're talking a significant drop off there, to say the least. Thank you to the new subscriber. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you joining the channel as we continue to watch this weather event here for today. And looks like it's going to be a delayed approach for this severe weather coming in. So, again, you see the snow is up across the north here. We're showing Duluth here, and looks like they might get into the warm sector there briefly. The snow had covered up the camera that I was showing there earlier, up there in Duluth, and Minneapolis got buried with a lot of snow yesterday, but they're sitting in the rain currently as the warm sector's got to move back into there. And then you got these thunderstorms here across portions of Iowa, and with that line, the model did a very good job with this one, showing with that line of thunderstorms lining up through here. I think that's done very well, showing that line going all the way down in toward St. Joseph's. You got that line of storms from Algona all the way down to St. Joseph's, north of Kansas City, just off toward the east of Des Moines there, or west, I should say. And then just plain old just steady old rain across Missouri there. Whoops, back up that a little bit. Most of Missouri just been inundated with the decent heavy rains there. This is kind of a prefrontal trough that's moving off toward the east, just approaching St. Louis. And it's already kind of gone through Little Rock and now kind of knocking on the door on Memphis with that very heavy line. That's probably some very gusty winds with that. I will say the least. That I will lay to bet the odds that this line that you're seeing, right, you can kind of see it right through here. Some very gusty winds with that heavy rains moving with that as it's moving from west to east as it continues to get a push off in that direction. So, very good one. Thank you to that new subscriber. Appreciate it. Thank you again. I appreciate you joining the channel here. As you can see that going off there. I'm going to have to check on my alerts. I don't know. I'm hearing the subscriber. Like, I know that I've got this. I went on, what's it called here? Streamlabs, and it's supposed to do a alert whenever we do a subscriber. It's supposed to do this. Yeah, do that. So it's supposed to come up and make a little toy and make a little stuff, but it's not doing it. Not sure why, but I'll have to go back there and fool around with that later. I can do it, but it's not doing it. Somebody else does it. So go figure. Anyway, I digress. So again, looking at this line, as you can see the thunderstorms there from south of Memphis coming all the way back. We've got a little flash flood warning there. With again, this rain's been kind of trending over the same area, not getting a big push off to the east across Louisiana just yet. Just plain old thunderstorms through here. Not a tremendous amount of lightning. Not seeing a whole, not as much as you would think in an enhanced area for severe weather. This was being predominantly driven by the upper level dynamics. I was looking at the water vapor. I see a nice kind of split in the jet stream, which is kind of over Louisiana. That kind of helps with the helicity or spin in the atmosphere. It's there. The one thing was laden was a little bit of heat. It's been coming up a little bit. It's kind of marginal in my opinion as far as heat. Dynamics for sure there, and that's why I think that's why the storms prediction guys were going with the enhanced look. We're about an hour and 45 minutes into that window where they were saying they were expecting stuff to kind of go downhill. As you're kind of seeing here, these little lines of storms out ahead of you. You got see this right through here, and then you got kind of main line right through here. It's the interaction with those different lines that they were anticipating the potential for severe weather to kind of get fired up in that area and then continue, because that zone is sitting right in here. This is the target zone, kind of roughly where the enhanced area was going to be. So this moves off toward the east a little bit as we go into the evening hours, and I really hate this being kind of a nighttime thing. If once the sun goes down, sun sets there, I guess around right before 7. When it starts getting dark, and I'm hoping that the activity doesn't start firing up after that or late in the evening to become a problem, because I've never been a fan of nighttime storms, especially Mississippi, since they got blasted last year. I think it was like on the 30th or 31st with the bad weather out there. So I'm going to go ahead and get back to Radar Omega here. We're going to go back over to, this is the one where I can lock into an individual site. We're kind of watching this. We had one warning. Got a couple of these storm chasers out here just kind of, I think they just set up shop waiting for that line to start moving again. Waiting over there just off to the east. They're kind of sitting, got a couple of them just kind of sitting right out here. Kind of watching their own, see what's going to go on with this thing right now. I keep wanting to do that because I'm not using that. But, right now, just not looking all that bad currently. And the only the only thing I think was missing with this was really the mesh, the instability factor, the cape, not the dynamics. Like I said, that was there, but we're just not seeing that stuff. And I know what the Storm Prediction Center guys do. I'm looking over at the Jackson radar here, looking at the northern portion of this line. They will go back and they'll do an analysis, and they'll go double check and say, okay, why did we miss this one? What did we get wrong, and how can we fix it in the future? I keep looking back to see if they're going to change their the enhancement area, but I haven't seen any new update. I keep going back and checking to see if SBC is going to put out a new discussion or not, and they have not done so. Nope, still have not updated anything. And because I still anticipate that they're still going to put some sort of watch box out to the east of this as we get further into the future here. So here's where the current watch box is currently sitting across Arkansas, Louisiana, and just a little bit of Texas. They've trimmed away some of those boxes there. I've only had one damage report over into the Shreveport area with the storms earlier when it was back off toward the west, but not seeing anything reported since then as this continues to move off. So that is where we currently are sitting, and the question is, are we going to get stuff out to include like Yazoo City, Jackson, Macomb, getting over to Hattiesburg, Meridian, getting down toward Baton Rouge? Is that zone going to get a tornado watch here a little bit later as that line, which is not pushing all that fast off toward the east so far? In fact, it seemed to slow down a little bit. There's a reason for that, because the flow is parallel, and you can see that on the water vapor imagery very well here. Is the flow is coming from southwest to northeast. You kind of go, and the helicity is kind of coming in kind of like this. You got southerly wind, you got a wind coming in like this a little bit. So it's paralleling it. You're not really getting a big push. It's like a big pendulum kind of swinging, slowly pushing off to the east, kind of like that. You can see that very clearly here on the water vapor imagery with those cells. So go back to the full screen here on this. I'm going to go back to the Shreveport because it's just got a longer range. I'm not looking up toward the north. I want to kind of keep it here on the Shreveport stuff. the Fort Polk radar, I should say, not Shreveport. Shreveport's up here. Now, when I keep looking is to see if they gotta back off this, because right now the window of opportunity for what they were anticipating is only got another 45 minutes, and then if nothing happens by that time, makes me wonder if they're going to rethink what they're doing with this particular cell at that time. The storm. Oh. Let me. Sorry. All right. Like the storm chasers are on the move again. These guys are moving. This is Vince. He's moving back off toward the east. Stay safe out there, Vince. Don't get in trouble. He's in Jonesville, Louisiana. Jonesville, Louisiana is where he's currently sitting as he moves off toward the east there. So it looks like he's heading toward Faraday. And then the other chaser here, Brandon's moving too. Looks like he's moving up toward, there's his view. And it's a cloudy day. They're out ahead of them at that main line right now as they're moving out toward the east. Looks like he's on this little bar. He's heading up toward Harrisonburg. So these two chasers have decided to split. I said that, we'll go a little bit. So you got one up there, he's up down here, and they're heading off to getting out ahead of where the line they think may redevelop or get some organization here. I got to give those guys credit. The one severe thunderstorm warning we did that, they did intercept it right when it was going through there. Actually had a tornadic signature on there for a couple of scans. Didn't look all that impressive, but it was there. Whoops. Looking over here to my interactive mode. And let me go to my simulated radar here. Let's see here. Where's my surface precipitation? Come on, the reflectivity. All right, so I'm pulling up the southeast composite here. This is the high resolution model here. And whoops, I don't want to go too far ahead here. So I want to break. I'm kind of focusing on the southeast. This is as of right about now. So this is where we're looking right now. All right, so this pulls off toward the northeast. It doesn't get a big push there. Then it starts, but you notice all those individual cells out ahead of that main line. That's where you can get the potential spin up for any kind of tornadoes as you go toward. This is 2Z. This is about 9 o'clock tonight. And you see that line kind of pushing off toward the east, going through Mississippi, and still hanging back into Louisiana, even through the overnight side. So flooding brains across Louisiana, big problem there as this moves overnight. And this is getting towards 7 o'clock in the morning. So by the time we get in tomorrow morning, you're looking at areas from Birmingham down to Montgomery, just near Mobile, and kind of clearing New Orleans in the morning. And then the line kind of moves off toward the east, and around lunchtime, Atlanta, Columbus, coming back toward Destin, and then the line kind of fizzles out, loses its punch there as it goes on by, and kind of blows up along the coastline going into Wednesday. So look how, for 48 hours, it's going to take forever. To me, that's slow. That's just it's going to take 2 days for this thing to clear. And even then, when it gets up toward the end, it's going to get hung up on the East Coast. So we're watching right now the area in here. Oops, let me look at that. So what I'm looking for is what goes on out ahead of this. As we're looking right through that zone through there, that we're going to wait and see if we're going to get anything in there. So Go back to radar omega. So kind of looking, you see that right in there for kind of comparison. So it's lining up pretty decently, but I will say that the high resolution model does appear to be maybe a little more intense with the activity as compared to what we're actually physically seeing currently. Alrighty. So going back to our guys out there moving away. Looks like Duluth finally got a little break in their snow. They going over the rain. It looked like some rain was punching up from the south there. That's the channel right there up near Duluth, Minnesota. Freddie has gotten some pretty, I'd say Freddie's stuff there in Iowa, as far as the storms, everything has been a little more picturesque. Have had some pretty decent mamadas up there. Not quite severe, but he's had some nice views up that way. Brandon and Connor were in the soup earlier with some weather there, but so far they've been okay. They've kind of pushing off toward. I think they're pushing off toward the maybe head over toward Mississippi and maybe wait this thing off to see what these storms do as they get. They're not really pushing off to the east. They're not just kind of sitting there, trending over the same ground right now. Let me look at my cross level here. I've not looked at this in a little while. Let me back this up. Because I think that initial push has merged in with that line now. I kind of got this looping here. Let me show you this. So you got that initial, looks like a prefrontal trough that looks like caught up that initial line. There's the warning we had earlier, and then it's kind of fizzled on out. But we did have a TVS, like you see that little pink triangle flap there for a couple of tracks, and then it went away. So that initial line's kind of caught up with that line, but not seeing any real change in the activity so far. And I'm also looking at the velocity mode. The green box is your flash flood warning because it's been sitting. That's for Vernon County in Louisiana. There's also flash flood warning up in Arkansas as well, up in Chillicothe County, because the rain has been kind of training over the same ground over and over. So there's our full view right there on the system moving through Louisiana currently, with kind of not a real set first, squall line. You got a main line in the middle, you got activity behind it, you got a little activity out in front of it. Definitely a little discombobulated with the storm cell as we're coming up on the 6:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Central. As we're about an hour and a half into that window where the SPC was expecting a little more activity to get underway. And if we go past 6 and nothing's changed on that, I would be surprised if the SPC doesn't revise some things. Because it's just what we're seeing, what the models are showing, not really lining up exactly here so far. Not saying it won't happen, because I've seen stuff change quickly on a dime. I've had a night where I was covering weather, looked like it had gone to sleep, and then all of a sudden, boom, it flared back up again, a little unexpectedly. So, here's the northern portion of this line. Some pretty good rains here coming from Greenville just to the east of Monroe now. There's this chaser here. There's Corey. See the conditions there. Very, very fast-moving, low-level clouds. That's been the hallmark with this system, especially with that very strong southwesterly wind coming aloft, blowing over there. That very strong jet stream, very strong dynamics. You've had some very strong winds at the surface. A lot of wind gusts up over 30 miles per hour. Thus, all the wind advisories that were in effect on top of the tornado watch box and the rains that have already been falling. This area where he's at, it's pretty dry right now, as he's off toward the east there. Not sure which way let me see which way was he going. I think he's heading eastbound. Yeah, he's definitely heading. He's heading eastbound, probably heading toward Tallulah and Vicksburg. get ahead of that line right there. But you see, we're not getting a big push. Just not getting it. This is all trending over the same ground. And not getting a big push off toward the east at all so far. I'm sure those rainfall totals are pretty heavy up here as well. Again, you see some of these here, inch and a half. These are not quite as bad as the ones we saw earlier. Inch and a half, getting up close to 2 inches up here. So these are a little bit lower than what was down toward the south. Different radar, obviously, but turn that off. Kind of scanning up here. We'll go check out the Memphis area up here. This up here is some steady rain. This is the area here. This little scope line right there. This is where the heavier winds, I think, are as this little prefrontal trough's moving off toward the east. That's where that is probably seeing some pretty squally, heavy rains there. But just general rains. Most of the lightning here is sitting across portions. You see this little cluster of lightning here across northern Mississippi and right along the Tennessee line. Let's stay down here to the south. Go back to my... And we'll get this back playing again. Go back to my regional map over here so I can take a look over this. The other thing I'm also watching is I'm looking at the overall lightning count and seeing if there's any indication of it increasing. If the lightning starts to go up, that's usually an indication of intensification taking place with the thunderstorms. And they're kind of holding their own for the most part. Not a tremendous amount of lightning with this so far to begin with anyway. So while that's going on, I'm going to go to... Let me go back here. Dashboard. I'm doing something over here on the... Are you sure on launch widget? Launch widget. Right, let's see. Copy widget URL. Copy. I'm doing something here to make sure see if this is what I gotta do with my chat stuff. So I don't know. I've never done this before. It's on local host. It shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's supposed to go local. It's not doing it. I don't understand why. A little disappointing. As I'm trying to get a little more integrated with my stuff for as viewers come on and come off, they can do little stuff they're supposed to do, like the da-da when somebody comes on. Have not seen that yet, although there's been a few new subscribers, which I'm always glad to see. Always glad to add more people to the family. Alright, enough fooling around with that. I'll fool with that another day. Alright, so here's the regional perspective again, looking at the radar here. I'm going to scan going up and down this again. This is kind of my national radar here to kind of see what's going on. Pull out a little bit there, so pretty steady rains. Yeah, we'll even get some thunders even back here. This is with the front, I think. Back here toward Fort Smith, that lightning cloud flaring up across northern Texas. That's the actual front. That right there, my friends, is the actual front. That's clearly what's going on there. So the frontal boundary is sitting right back here. This is the prefrontal stuff. But that's the front, clearly. I can double check that real quick. We can put in the temperatures real quick. Yeah, the front. Yeah, see that front right there? Yeah, that's the front. And we put the temperatures. Yeah, it's still out ahead of it. So but there's several. There's multiple. It's such a complex system, and you got this front here, got this other front back behind there. It's a very, very complex storm system. You see this all this activity here with the prefrontal stuff, and then you got the main storm system back here with the low up into Iowa. That's flying up the thunderstorms out ahead of that front, and then you got the upper low, which is spinning around the snows across Nebraska, coming back through back toward Dodge City and back in even into northern portions of Texas, where the snow getting into the panhandle of Oklahoma. So that's the upper kind of the upper feature kind of dragging behind it, and you got this prefrontal stuff out ahead of it. So yeah, definitely not your what I would say your textbook severe weather setup for you there. I heard Michigan is supposed to get some bad weather tonight. Is that true? King of games. Well, Michigan, let's go over and take a look at Michigan right now. Right now, Michigan's looking pretty good right now. And as far as any severe weather up your way, no, Michigan, you're not going to get that. You are going to get probably some decent rains moving through there again, but Michigan, no. I do not think that will be a problem there for you. And so I can just kind of highlight there again. So that's King of Games was asking about Michigan. And Michigan right now is looking pretty good. You're going to get some wet weather. It's probably a bit breezy up there, but even you are not even into the advisories right now. If you look at your watches and warnings out there currently, you don't have any advisories over you. No winter weather advisories, no storm advisories for you. Just some wet and rainy weather probably moving in for Michigan over the next 24 hours or so. So you're not looking too bad, Michigan. Just be careful on the wet roads. Okay, be careful on the wet roads. Because up there in Michigan, things have warmed up nicely. Your temperatures have warmed up by about 23, 24 degrees from what it was just 24 hours ago. I know some areas in northern Michigan were actually getting some snow just 24 hours ago. They're not getting it now. So go back over to the regional radar here. And we'll move again. Again, it looks like the snow's kind of ended in Duluth and maybe going over the rain over there. Well, we're still watching down here to the south. We're still waiting to see if, all us weather nerds, all our scientists who look at the data and go, oh, this looks like it's going to be severe weather. Is this going to be a bust? I think we're bored. I think we're flirting with it. I really do. We might be flirting with it so far, because I mean, that's a big bullseye sitting right there with the enhanced area. And we've had one warning so far, and nothing has popped as of yet. I'll go back over to Radar Omega here on that, and I want to stay. I keep going back over to my kind of my cross level, which is between the two, where I look at the reflectivity and the radar stuff here. Watching this stuff from the south. Boy, it's just these continuous streams. Not seeing anything there that catches my eye. Mid-level rotation sitting. Nothing up there we're concerned about. Too far from the radar anyway. I was looking at the cross section here on the northern portion of the line, kind of heading just to the west of Vicksburg. That's pretty good reflectivity there showing, and some pretty good winds as well. Get some mid-level rotation, but the shear knots are not that impressive. That's only about 50 knots. That's not bad. Nothing to ride home with that just yet. Kind of sitting right over Winnsboro. Some pretty good winds blowing through there. But yeah, Interstate 20 between Rayville and Delhi is probably not very good. Tallulah, you'll get into that action later. This I just loaded over, so it's going to take it a quick radar glimpse there. So there's where we're at currently. And still waiting to see. Still waiting to see if the SPC. I'm just going back to the SPC just to see if they're going to do any kind of updates here. No mesoscale discussions. Nothing on the watch there. Make sure they haven't updated that. Nope, nothing there yet. That was issued at 1:45, 2:45 this afternoon. Let's see here. So continue to watch this. It's been kind of wait and see. Yesterday's was very automatic. It kind of came on and went pretty quickly. With this, but haven't seen anything so far with this. But there've been some very good heavy rains with this for sure. That's been the big thing with this, and I'm going to continue to look up here. Little Rock has had a lot of heavy rains up this way. That's Perry County. Shoot through here. Very strong heavy rains are going to the Newport area, coming into Jonesboro. This is the Memphis radar here. Kind of look at the camera here, Tipton. That's been a recurring theme. This seeing these live cameras just shaking in the winds because it's been very windy with all across the southeast with these storms. This is up on somebody's tower, and it is just windy as can get. You see it just shaking away there in the breeze. To say the least with this storm. So there's another camera there. Look, again, do the same thing, kind of shaking in the wind because of the high winds. Kind of looking at some of these cameras. This one's in southern Missouri. Kind of went all the way up to the north there. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch over to, since I don't have anything to really lock onto, I want to go ahead and switch over to MRMS. We'll just do that. We'll do this version of the radar here. So I can kind of show everything. I'm going to loop this. So the heaviest of the rains and stuff you can clearly see is down here in Louisiana. So you can see where these storms are. It looks like the heaviest activity between Monroe and Vicksburg right now. That's where I was looking at the storms earlier. Probably be the heaviest there. And you see those lines there through Louisiana, just not getting any of that development in that area. Steady rains up through Memphis, Jonesboro, and then rains go all the way through Missouri. Again, kind of training in the same area. Yeah, I love these. Look, you can see American flag just wisping there in the wind, looking over beautiful American farmland. Gotta love that. And those low clouds again just blowing very fast. Rain goes all the way to the north. There's a little chaser here on the camera. Yeah, it's raining like Dickens there. What was the temperature there in southern Wisconsin? 50 degrees. Yeah, 100%. Stay playing on rain. And then here's these chaser guys back over here. He hasn't moved anywhere. He's kind of just been sitting there. You know, he's just across Iowa. I'm picking up a whole lot of activity on the wraparound of this for sure. There's the little line of thunderstorms there coming into Fort Smith, back toward McKinney. I was seeing that on the regional radar earlier. Oops. So you see that little line right there, and then you can see the little lightning in with that line as well. Alrighty. Again, anybody coming in and coming out, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in, staying aware. I do appreciate your hospitality and your check-in on here. I do appreciate it. We're up to 100 views, which is good. We're about on par with what we did yesterday. We had like 127, so not looking too bad there. I'd like to continue to get this growth, and if I can finish up this broadcast after 4 hours higher than I did last time, I'm all for it. As long as I can show growth and get something a little better every time. Falcon 9 launches tonight. I get my YouTube alerts like everybody else. But I do appreciate you guys checking in with us here tonight as we watch this weather. Again, everything that was setting off why we're doing this had to do with this put out from the Storms Prediction Center this morning. They had this yesterday. They had it for today. You got that enhanced area sitting over Louisiana and into parts of Mississippi. Mississippi seems to be a little more as far as the instability. It's dew point, temperatures around 70, dew points sitting in the 60s. It's a little bit there. The upper level winds are definitely have been there. We've seen that, but we're just not getting the thunderstorms to blow just yet. South of that warm front, you would think we would be seeing activity here south of that warm front through Louisiana, and it's been slow to develop here now that we're getting ready to go into the evening hours. We got about 17 more minutes till 6. The window that the Storms Prediction Center was looking for was somewhere between 4 and 6 o'clock Central Time to start seeing some things come together. That has not happened up to now. This is not your atypical storm system, the way it's set up with multiple fronts and multiple things and everything else that goes with it. So it was definitely, I guess you could call it a hybrid situation with this so far. But again, I'm not seeing any kind of update yet to see whether they're going to revise this downward for tonight or whether we'll get stuff that'll fire up a little bit later than what was originally anticipated with this storm system. So, because that continues to be where the highest tornado risk continues to be, right in that bingo area, which is just off toward the west of the yellow area right now, where those low storms are getting ready, just starting to move into that zone. So I'm going to zoom in a bit closer here. Yeah, maybe some indications here. I'll have to look over. I might switch over to Radar Mega here in a second. Some of the activity near Alexander does appear to be getting a little bit more intense. Just kind of eyeballing it there. So I'm going to switch over to Radar Omega here and take a look here and see if I do a little bit of analysis here. So I'm going to switch over to that. Let me switch over here. Not that one. Here we go. I'll go back to single radar mode here. Yeah, that is looking a little more impressive now. Yeah, those rainfall totals that have been falling over that same area have been real impressive. Over 3 inches plus have fallen into the same area. That stuff southwest of Alexandria is looking a little more impressive than what I saw earlier. So, you're talking about right up in here. Looks like some stuff kind of merged in with this line. So that could be the catalyst for... Might see another warning here shortly. We'll see. I'm looking here at... I'm just kind of seeing here, watching the winds along that boundary. You can see the push through. So you see probably some gusty winds right through here. And you see the greens and the reds away from the radar, so that the beam's kind of coming that way. So you clearly can see a push there off to the east there, all up and down that line. See it? That shows up very nicely on the velocity mode. Very nicely. Kind of go right through there. Pushing off toward the east. So as that does so, that might start to do a little bit of that enhancement that the Weather Service has been talking about. We'll wait and see. To me, the big thing on this has been the total, these rainfall totals have just been immense. I mean, just absolutely immense with, didn't mean to do that, with these rainfall totals. Check these out. I mean, we're talking upwards, almost 4 inches of that red band right through there. We got almost 4.5 inches of rain right through there, just south of Leesville. So you kind of see that's some serious rainfall totals right near the radar, near the Fort Polk radar. But that is some very, very heavy rains right through there. That's cutting the thing's cutting right across the radar dome itself. So the winds are going to shift around as that line goes by. Go back to reflectivity here. I'll turn that off. So I'm watching Alexander there. That cell's got some promise. This one up near Vicksburg also has a possibility. There's to the west of Vicksburg also could potentially have some warnings with that. Those are the two cells I'm watching right now for potential severe. This one up here and this down here to the south. These are the two I'm watching right now. Could see something fire up in there real soon. So see what he's seeing here. Brandon's been intersect. Yeah, Brandon's going to that storm to the north. That's man thinks like I do. So there's a live look there as he's traveling north down. He's intercepting that storm to the north. That's just to the west of Vicksburg. And he got a little buffering going on. I got a little bad cell. I guess he's going to check that. I guess he's going to take 17. Try to get up that way. Maybe get some purple up there near Delhi. That's pretty impressive there. Let's see what he's looking at here. Corey, he's still moving off to the east. He's still eastbound. Dark clouds there at coming up on 5:50 Central Daylight Time there as he's moving off. But some pretty good. It's starting to see some purple in there. Let's check the Ville real quick. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I thought. A little hail. Could be a little hail. Could be a little bit of hail falling in there. See a little hailer sitting right through there. Could see some hail. My eye caught that one. Yeah, I definitely got some lightning around. You can always tell, again, when you're talking about the potential for hail, you start seeing lightning around it. Ice is a good conductor of potential hail. So they definitely usually see light. If you see a cluster of lightning in a thunderstorm, pretty good indication you may have some hail in there as well. So that's why south of Delhi you may be getting some hail into this. I see a little cluster of light. Not seeing lightning down this way. I've got lightning going every 15 minutes, so not seeing it on the southern part. But there's a nice little cluster up there. So those two areas could see a warning going up on either one of those. Let me look at my my cross section here, as I like to call it. I'm going to take a look at that and see if I can do some. Let me look at that other site. Yeah, 3/4 inch hail. I think we may see a warning here coming here shortly, folks, just to kind of let you see. I'm looking over here. May get our second warning here up near the Delhi area. That's showing 3/4 inch hail. Pretty good storm right there just south of Delhi. So very possible we get a new warning here shortly on that particular cell. A couple of chasers getting in position of that one as well. That's the most promising storm I've seen here since the last warning we had about over an hour ago. And then I have to switch back down to the Fort Polk one to see. Let me change down to this one. I'm checking this cell. Yeah, and there's the other one down in Alexander. That one there, only showing about 1/4 inch hail on that one. So, but those are the two strongest cells that I see so far. I'll go back to Omega. We'll go full on this on the Omega. So expecting a potential warning coming up for these counties up here south of Delhi, right there with 3 counties kind of converge in there. So the big thing again continues to be the potential for the flooding that's been an issue with hey, there goes that alert. Let's see if that's for. Just got another. Just heard my turn alert go off there. East Carroll, Franklin, and Madison. East Carroll, Madison, and Madison. Let's see where that's going to pop up here. Where is that at? I'm looking around. Yep, bingo. There he goes. Man knows what he's talking about. That's where I just called that warning, and there it is. Very clear, that's where I was going to see it. So we got our severe thunderstorm warning there, 3/4 inch hail. For those 3 counties again are East Carroll, Franklin, and Madison. And that was exactly where I was called it. I love it when I can call a warning ahead of the Weather Service. It makes you feel good that your years of education actually paid off. So there we go. We got that warning right there. I'll go ahead and loop that through here again. It's kind of pushing off toward the east there. On I-20 is probably just a nasty place to be right now, traveling westbound between Vicksburg and Monroe, Louisiana, with that severe thunderstorm warning going in there so far. So far we've not had any tornado warnings. We've had 2 warnings so far, but we've not had any problems there just yet with this, other than the fact that we've had some serious rain and some flooding problems have been a bit of an issue there. So far, the big flooding zone has been south, or really to the west of Alexandria. That's been kind of the issue there with the flooding rain. Again, we've had a lot of training over some spot. At least now, the rain has pushed out of the areas there to the west of Fort Polk. That's where that one box continues to be there. This is the flood warning over this way. Over toward Leesville and Simpson, the rains have finally pushed off to the east, although there's still a little bit of rain there. You kind of see it right through there, and it's finally getting a little bit of a break there from the heavy rains through there. But we're continuing to watch this warning here, severe thunderstorm warning, up here toward the north, between just to the west of Tallulah, and definitely seeing potential some hail in there as well. Kind of get you in there a little bit tight. There, Delhi getting hammered pretty good along 20, and Louisiana Road State 17. 132 got hammered pretty good there. And let's see here what Corey's showing there. Looks like he may have turned around and go back the other way now. I think he did. He may have been. He's shooting behind him. That storm is behind him. He's still heading off toward the east. I'm not sure where he's got, but that storm behind him is the one that's severe right now. Looking over there currently. So, continue with the chat box there. Yeah, I already answered his question there. Quad chaser here. So, Freddie's down for the minute. Looks like he stopped chasing. We've got Brandon and Connor are still out there chasing there in Louisiana. They were heading off toward the east. Snow's coming to an end in Duluth finally. It was snowing so hard it was blocking up the camera there earlier. But, looks like Freddie's done chasing up in Iowa for the day. Looks like he is shutting it down, which I don't blame him. I do not blame him one bit. All right, so we've got that one warning there. Now we're going to continue to see, are we going to see something down here toward Alexandria or not? Let me go to my cross section. I want to continue to watch this closely as I continue to watch to see if we're going to get another warning in here to the south. Let me go to the last image here. Yeah, that's still got some possibility there. Still only showing about 3/4. It's still only showing about 1/4 inch hail there, though. So we got the one warning that's up there to the north on Interstate 20, and then here just to the west of Alexandria, that cell's got some potential. Could see potential warning on that one as well. I'm gonna stop this. Go to my last look there. torrential rains of this. Clearly going to get some very heavy rains with this as it's moving on through. So, again, so we're talking about this area right here, just to the west of town. We're getting some pretty good heavy rains there in Alexandria, with some of that rain going through there currently, and some pretty gusty winds too. So very gusty winds and some rain going through there as we watch this whole line. And we'll start to see additional flare-ups or not. Just other than those minor little pulse-ups that have been happening along the line up there along the interstate, the one that I called in advance, which always feels good. And then you're watching to see if this one in Alexandria is going to pulse up or not to add to that or not. We're going to watch that closely. But so far, just not seeing anything to be too concerned about. I'm going to go back to the regional look again. I want to go and continue to go up and down the line. So we'll go up the regional here. And we'll go up and down the line here so you can kind of see what I'm seeing here as we're going through this. I'm going to pull out a little bit more. So continue to see those lines there across the southern portion of the line. So, I mean, you got these little streamers here. You see them kind of streaming through there. All kind of flowing with the jet stream, blowing in that direction. So, but not a tremendous amount of lightning. The highest lightning is where that severe thunderstorm warning is currently sitting. That runs until 6:45 Central Daylight Time on that one. So 6:45 on that warning. And then we got the flood warnings up here. That's up in southern Arkansas, where the rain has been falling over the same tip for hours. And you've got a pretty good cluster of some storms there and thunderstorms there across areas of eastern or western Tennessee right now. And you see a lot of lightning up in there. Nothing severe, but again, some pretty good steady rains with this. As you can still see that pretty sharp boundary with that prefrontal trough showing up very, very nicely out ahead of the system here. Again, that's that dark area kind of running right through the air. That's probably some very gusty winds with that as that's moving on through. Probably sub-severe. We're talking probably 45 to 50 miles per hour along with that, with some very brief, heavy rains that's pushing off toward the east there. And then as we check along the line here, going up toward St. Louis, getting some pretty steady rains as well with this. And this rain goes all the way, most of the heavy rains is still off toward the west of Chicago. Steady rains up in Milwaukee. Again, we've had a nice surge of warm air. You see the warm front that's gone way, way far up to the north. And it's really pushed the winter precipitation way north as well, up across extreme UP of Michigan, northern Minnesota. And then the cold air kind of wraps around with the upper low. And the upper low is what's responsible here for the snow across areas of South Dakota, coming back toward, Nebraska, down toward Kansas. Get my geography correct there. And then even some snows coming down toward the Panhandle. The temperatures in this area have dropped some 40 degrees from what they were yesterday. And this was the area we were watching severe weather yesterday. So, and then you got that other front flaring up some thunderstorms there coming up near Fort Smith and Hugo. But we're kind of still watching that warm sector there to see if we're going to see anything kind of blow up in this zone. Here for the next couple hours. It's been kind of, the only warning right now is getting this East Carroll, Franklin, and Madison that goes until 6:45. So right now we're only at 6 o'clock because we're just not getting a big push off toward the east with that particular storm. Again, that is this storm right through here, right on the warm front, which is not unusual to see something like that. So it's staying right on the warm front boundary as that's mushing off toward the east a little bit. Through Delhi is the most severe part of this currently. Right now. So going back over to radar Omega here, you see the chasers out there kind of getting into position, watching these storms. They're kind of, he was getting, I think, pretty close to this storm cell right through there. That's Brandon. That's his view right there, and Connor's out right now. So Freddie, who was chasing in Iowa for us earlier with some of the storms, he had some pretty good views there. I think he's decided to shut it down for the night. I might go out on YouTube, see if I can find me another storm chaser to put out there for you guys. But right now, those are the two areas we're watching with that severe weather here for tonight. No storm reports. I'm really surprised no reports have come in all the way here for right now. Oh, I just saw another posting. I wasn't even paying attention because I had it down for a second while I was looking at stuff. So who is that? That was, hello, thanks so for the updates. I love War Thunder. Hey, War Thunder, I do appreciate you coming in and checking us out there. I appreciate. Hello, thanks for the updates on the weather. I love War Thunder. All right. Well, thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. And thank you for watching tonight's coverage very much. So, thank you. All right. So, go heading on over here. So, the chat's up. And for those who come in and out, again, you can post something. It's kind of interesting when you see other YouTubers who got a big subscriber base. Their chat room's just going constantly. Mine's just an occasional update as folks kind of come in and come out. So, but that's okay. That's good. You got to start from somewhere. Rome wasn't built in a day. In fact, it took centuries to build. Now, hopefully, this channel won't take centuries to build, but that's okay. You know, we'll do the best of what we can do. So, go back to the full screen here on regular Omega as we're continuing to watch this cell up here toward the north. Still a nice cluster of lightning with this as well. With this, kind of holding its own. Heading up toward the north and east there. Should pass just to the south of Lake Providence, at least the most intense part of it. So kind of going here, kind of a no man's land in there through that part of the county. So again, we're talking about East Carroll, Franklin, Madison. Those are the three counties that we're kind of watching there right now. And I'm watching this latest, still watching this crack to see if this Alexander one's going to pulse up or not. It doesn't appear to be, but I was just paying attention to it, watching it closely. So up to 112 now. All right. I'm going to get this thing. So we started at 4, and we're on the third hour right now. So we're on our third hour coverage on this, as we're continuing our live coverage here on the Weather Nerds channel. As we continue to watch the severe weather here, tracking through northern Louisiana currently, just to the west of Vicksburg, Mississippi, which happens to be my wife's hometown. She grew up in Vicksburg, so she's a Mississippi Magnolia. And here's the chasers. They're getting in position now, just south of that cell. Here's Brandon again. He's moving up to intercept that cell, I think. And I'm assuming these guys are going to shut it down. He's on Highway 55. He's heading northward. So, yeah, I don't know if he's going to get in position with that, because that cell will be probably pushing up into Arkansas by the time he gets up to the interstate. But they're both moving northward, as you can see. The little icon's kind of moving there as they are moving into position. That's these two gentlemen right here. As they're going up 65, it looks like they're going to try to intercept there in 20. Again, you still got this stuff back here toward the west that's still got to come through. So looking at this whole line once again here through Alexandria, starting to get some push off toward the east, but again, you got these concurrent lines in here, and this is, you got this line here, you get this line back here. If they get any kind of interaction between these two, are you going to get any kind of spin ups? And that's why they got that going right now. Now, as far as the alerts are concerned, you've got a couple of flood warnings out there for Vernon, and Vernon I think has improved it. That warning continued to about 7:30, and Chillicothe in Arkansas that continues until 7 Central Daylight Time. So you got about another hour and a half on those two flash flood warnings to expire. Flash flooding again, with this stuff kind of trending over the same area, flooding is the #1 killer. So obviously, if you're in this event or somewhere else, if you're in a situation where you're running into a flooding condition, do not take your car. It only takes about a foot of water to move a car. So, yeah, if you ever get in a situation where you see some flooding rain and you want to try to drive through it, don't do that. Not a smart thing to do. Don't want to have a problem with that. All right. So, I'm looking at my whole line here, kind of looking at this. Let me switch radars again here. Still showing 3/4 inch hail in there. That's the latest image, isn't it? Yep, that is. Yep. So this is the warning storm right here. Again, still showing south of the interstate. Still showing 3/4 inch hail. half-inch hail. Those two circles right through there. So we're talking about, again, this stuff that's right in here. So they're still seeing some 3/4 inch hail sitting in there as well, and some pretty gusty winds in there too. Still showing maybe 30-40 mile per hour winds, so with them gusts up to 50-60 miles per hour, not out of the question. So there's that cell right through there, right between Tallulah and Raryville. I'll go and loop this again. You kind of keep coming off there as that new scan just came in, and that's still showing 3/4 inch hail. Little bit of wind shear, little rotation with the cell as well, but below anything to be really concerned about. 30 knots away, 51 knots towards, so not looking too bad there. But that's a pretty decent cell. Continue to move off toward the east, some about 40 miles per hour there on that cell. So continue to watch this very closely. All right, let's get off this, go back to Radar Omega here. And there we go. So continue to watch these sails moving through Louisiana right now. Everything's going pretty good right now with the storms. Not sure if Freddie's back up or not. I don't think he is. Let me update this one real quick. All right, that's not there. I just want to check here. Let's see here. That's that one. Just double checking my. Yeah, that dropped off. Just had to reestablish the connection. There it goes. I lost Freddie's connection there for a second. Had to re-get it connected there. He had dropped off for a minute. Thought maybe it had stopped off, but I still saw him reporting, so I want to make sure I had that in there. All right, whoops. Let me go this to the latest image here. Oops, no. There it is. That is still showing. Ooh, 1 inch hail. That's gone up. That's the highest I've seen on that one. I'll show that again. Let me go back over to my cross section. That's the highest one I've seen so far with the hail production here. So this one now showing 1 inch hail there in the middle of that, just north of Interstate 20. Looks like it's going to pass just to the north of Tallulah as that goes by. So that's a pretty good cell. I'll go back over to Radar Omega and I'll kind of zoom in on that. I'm going to switch over to the Jackson radar here. Get a better scan here from this one. Oops, sorry about that. Let me bring that back over. Sorry about that. Did I close that? I did not close that. Well, I'll reopen it up. All right, I'll keep that up. So still got a nice little cluster of lightning with this, as you can see, as this warning area continues. That says about 34 minutes on this, but my last scan was showing 1 inch hail in there, potentially in there with that particular cell. So luckily, it looks like up here toward Cary, Rolling Fork, that is an area this is kind of coming up in that general direction. So I don't think it'll get Lake Providence, just stay to the south of there. But Cary, Rolling Fork area, if this continues up that way, may stay to your south. Yazoo City over in the Mississippi side, that if this continues in that pathway, that we might see a new warning box go out ahead of this. So these counties out ahead here might see additional warnings here going up here shortly. Probably not for a little while. Depends on if it holds together, gets to the end of that box. We may see that. But that's got a nice little cluster of lightning with it, and best looking cell I've seen so far with the warning so far today. The other warning that we did have. So, with respect to the cell line of this line, I mean, that stands up like a sore thumb, don't it? I mean, you don't see any lightning all up and down the line, just some hit and miss lightning threshes, and then you see that one cell right up in here. And you see the dark purple in there, so that's why it was showing the 1-inch hail. There's a nice little hailer there. Luckily, it's not falling in anybody's backyard. Thank goodness. Yeah, pretty good helicity in there. It's good spin with that cell. I'm gonna switch over back to this radar here. I'm continuing my cross analysis while I'm looking at this particular cell. 1-inch hail still showing there. Yeah, pretty decent cell there. Very nice. Go ahead and loop that once again. You see it kind of moving up to again. So carry rolling. You see it's kind of moving from southwest to northeast, kind of a little bit of a northeast push there on that. So carry and rolling rock definitely need to be on the lookout there. Could get some 1-inch hail blowing in there here in the next say 30 to 45 minutes. So again, welcome to the channel. This is my severe weather coverage here on the Weather Nerds channel here on the 25th. I appreciate you guys watching, and again, the chat box is open if you want to post anything up. I do appreciate it as we continue to watch this active weather here across the south. I was not call it a complete bust. It just has not materialized to be as active as it was expected. The Storms Prediction Center was kind of going with this solution where we were going to get some additional anticipation of the storms to come in, but it's been very slow to materialize so far. I'm back. I got a all right, John. Okay, appreciate it, John. Appreciate it, brother. I was just kind of highlighting there. Got drug out to mini golf. What's wrong with mini golf? Mini golf's fun. As long as you're not stuck out in the weather. I wouldn't really want to be playing mini golf with with that storm cell right there, unless I was playing some golf ball size hail. So anyway, welcome back there, John. Appreciate it, brother. All right. So anyway, that is what we got right there. I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to my regional map. So I can kind of go up and down the line again. I like looking at my regional so I don't get too spun on one area as we continue to watch this. So this is the zone between where that front, the cold front and the warm front, right in that region right there. That's where we're anticipating. That's where that region for severe weather was going to light up. It doesn't surprise me much to see the flare up there with that warning right along that warm front boundary. Not a big surprise there at all to see that. Very common to see that, in fact. Now that the rains have pushed off toward the east, flooding is still a problem. Alexandria, because we're not getting a really big push off to the east with these storms here for tonight. Oh, John, you had some really gusty winds here, huh? The weather's mostly boring thanks to the forces. I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, playing mini golf out in the wind, I wouldn't want to do that. I'd be blowing the golf balls all over the place. I definitely don't want to do that. So anyway, this is the area that we were watching, and I've been waiting to see. I'll check again. I didn't see anything there. Just kind of keep checking with the SPC to see if they're going to come out with anything new with their discussion. No current music sales discussions. No update on the watch box. No, they're not coming out with anything yet. Nor have they changed their enhanced area there. So they're still anticipating, and they have clipped away some more of the watch box. I guess I need to show that. There you go. Yep, just updated. They did trim away some more of the watch box away from there's just a few counties up in Arkansas. Then you got a gap. Then you got most of Louisiana, and they just trimmed away some of the counties there in Texas. Those have gone away. So the only warning box we got right now, it goes across the Mississippi, goes up into Mississippi. Is that one there just to the west of Vicksburg currently? That's our current box right now, as it stands at 6:17 Central Time here on the 25th of March. So let me go this. Let me go back to here. Temperature 22Z. All right. So you can see the moisture throw up very well here. This is the dew points. I was watching this map here as well. You see that blue area there? That's kind of the surge of moisture kind of coming in there. So you see it right in here. So that was one of the things they were looking at for this. You got that dry air kind of pushing in here with the front. You got a surge of the moisture right in there. You had the jet stream, which I've showed a couple times. That's target zero. I mean that's where I would have put the best look for severe weather in that area for sure. But as it looks currently, when you go back to look at this, we're not seeing now. Looking at this right now is maybe we're starting to see some intensification. If you look closely at this regional map perspective, you're noticing here, and I'm zooming just a little bit, you notice between Winsboro, back to Jenna, back to Alexandria, that reflectivity seems to be increasing in intensity. Also starting to see a little more lightning starting to flare up in this as well. You notice a few more strikes coming. So maybe this intensification is now starting to take place a little bit now. It's maybe just a little delayed a little bit, but clearly starting to see the reflectivity is starting to increase now. Starting to see that. I'm also starting to see the lightning start to increase as well. So we got one warning out there right now that's sitting there across northern Louisiana going into Mississippi. However, looking at the line now and looking at the fact that I'm starting to see lightning start to increase the down line, might be the turning point here to start seeing this stuff start to get a little more active here as we're going in through now hour 3 of coverage of this so far. 3 hours and 20 minutes into this broadcast. So, I'm not saying we're definitely not out of the woods. It's just been a little slow at materializing based off the guidance that was given out earlier from the Storm Prediction Center. Again, weather's not an exact science. You gotta have to go and kind of feel it out when things go a little bit different than what was anticipated. But right now, there are some indications this is getting a little bit stronger here. Let me go back over to Radar Omega here. I'm gonna go back over and look at that. So that's a very nasty looking cell. Woo, that's a nasty looking one. That's the best looking cell I've seen so far. That's definitely got a hail written all over it. Absolutely. That right there, my friend, is a purple hail core right there to the north, passing to the south of Lake Providence. Carry, make past to your south. Again, let me go to, I can show you the VIL on this. Let's look at the VIL is what I use to kind of look at the hail portion of this. Oh yeah, that's nice. So that is clearly a hailer with that thing right through here. This is it's a little bit behind on the radar loading up. This is probably moved up into where you saw the reflectivity right up in this area. But they're clear hailer with that one for sure. And you can see that. You see the cluster of lightning right on top of it. Again, just a reminder, as I've said before, when you see an increase in lightning on a particular storm, probably a good indication you got hail in there, because ice is an excellent kind of tool for to channel electricity through. Okay, ice is much more conducive for conducting of electricity. So thus you get increasing of the lightning through this. So the lightning's going up with that particular cell. I see that this continues on this path. These counties out ahead of this are going to probably see some sort of new warning coming out here, probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes, as we're halfway through this watch box here on this particular cell. Again, the counties that are in this are East Carroll, Madison, and that goes until 6:45. So we've got about another 25 minutes on that. As this box has been extended once, it'll get extended again, I'm pretty sure, on this. Let me see here, kind of running this through. There's a new update on this one. There we go. Oop. There's the box number 2. Wow, that's got some good hail. Yeah, this one right here, I'm going to go to my cross box on this cell. I wanted to take a look at it, and what it's showing me here now is we're seeing 2-inch hail, 2¼ inch hail now on that cell, right smack in the middle of that county, getting ready to cross the Mississippi River. So right there where that little triangle you're seeing, right in there, that is showing 2-inch hail on that particular cell as that's moving in across the Mississippi River, sitting right in there. We got 2-inch hail sitting right in there, and this is again moving off in this direction. We're almost the center of that box, going on through. So that's a definitely a big hailer on that. Best hail storm I've seen thus far, and it's right on the warm front boundary where you're seeing that right now. So that purple little hail core sitting right through there, crossing the Mississippi River right now as we speak, now entering into Mississippi. And those counties, Yazoo City, it looks like it may pass due north, but it's going to be close to watch there as this moves on across. It's kind of no man's land in there right now, which is good, because I wouldn't want 2¼ inch hail hitting my car. No thank you. But that is a very impressive sail right there. All right, so I'm still watching this whole line, and it does show some indications of it maybe intensifying just a little bit, but that particular cell is by far the strongest of the storms. I'm going to switch over to the Jackson radar here. Again, looking at I'm a little bit closer radar here as I'm looking up toward the Jackson radar. Again, a lot of lightning with this as it's now crossing the river. So the little town there of Cary, this is going to go right over the top like it looks right now. Cary, and just staying to the south of Rolling Fork with this particular cell coming on down to the south. So a very good hailstorm there as this comes on down. Very strong hail core with that one. I'm going to go check out the vertical on this one as well. Oh yeah, big off the chart. That's 2¼ inch hail. Very big hailer as it's now crossed the river. This is going to get very close to Cary in here as well. So watch out for that as that hailstorm comes on in there. I'll go back over to reflectivity here. So there's always going to be a slight delay between when you look at different products where the reflectivity is always going to be the first image you're going to see, then you're going to kind of see the other stuff kind of lagging a little bit behind it. So Cary, I don't think it'll make it into Rolling Fork. I think I'll stay to the south of there, but a very intense thunderstorm there moving in across this area just south of Lake Providence, just crossing the Mississippi River right now. We're watching that one for a little while. I see a chaser here trying to get out ahead of it. Here's Corey. It's like Corey's trying to intercept this storm. So Corey is trying to get out ahead of the storm. I'm guessing he's going to try to get some hail out. I tell you, that's one thing about these storm chasers. I tell you, they want to get as close to getting some of the action, but man, they put their cars through not only the driving hard, but I mean, do you want to get your car in 2-inch plus hail? Going in there, you can see the lowering cloud tops as he's kind of moving his camera around there a little bit. He's got two different cameras as he's driving to intercept this storm. So again, he's moving up 61, heading up toward Cary. So whether he's going to get there in time or not, I don't know. Looks like he's a little bit out of position, but he's trying to intercept that storm as he's moving northward. So he's on 61. He's going up this way and trying to intercept that hail core sitting right through there. So again, welcome to the coverage here for tonight as we're watching this severe weather coming on through the southeast. It's been a kind of a crazy afternoon with the storm. It's been a little bit delayed on the warning. We're getting some stuff starting to flare again. And if you've not subscribed to the channel and you're watching, I do appreciate it if you consider subscribing and kind of helping grow my little YouTube family, which is I'm the little engine that could. So I'm kind of watching this coverage here. We're going to see if he's going to be able to intercept that storm or not. I want to watch that very closely here. I'm going back while we're doing that. I want to go take a look at my bill Oh, Jimmy, stay safe. That town was devastated. Yeah, Rolling Fork was. Yeah, that was the place. Jimmy, that was good point. Rolling Fork, that was there. I believe that was on March the 30th, I think, last year. When that EF4 went through the town. This looks like it's going to stay south of there. Rolling Fork was the storm. You are correct, sir, Jimmy. I appreciate that. Looks like this is going to stay to the south there. I'm waiting to see if that we get the storm chaser to got to get into that area or not. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it. All right. So we can continue here. I'm gonna look back here again at my radar cross section here. I'm kind of wanting to see if we got a new scan on this one or not. I do suspect a new warning will be issued here shortly. Might go into Yazoo City, Louise, Eden. I don't think it'll get up to Silver City, but just south of there. Getting some rotation on the northern flank of this, but not a whole lot. Still 200. Waiting for the next scan to kind of come in here. Take a look at that. So, going a little bit closer. Yeah, some broad rotations through there. You can kind of see this a little bit. I was just showing the cross section here on this. You kind of see the reds and greens. There's some broad rotation in there, but nothing to kind of bring me any concern just yet. I'm kind of watching right through here. You kind of see the greens and the reds. A little bit of rotation, but nothing that's going to produce a storm just yet. But I'm watching it closely because this could be like some development here of an inflow notch potentially, right back in here behind the hail core. So just kind of watching that closely. There is a little bit of rotation showing up in there. I just got a new image and showing 42 knots away, 52 toward. It's not too bad. There's some mid-level rotation through there. That hailer is sitting up toward Phila right now. You can see that very clearly. Still looks like inch and 3/4, so not quite as high on the hail as it was showing. There's 2 1/4 on the last scan, so just short of 2 inches on the next scan there. With that cell going through there. There is some rotation through there, but it is elevated. So going to watch that closely on both on that. I'll go back over to Radar Omega here. Watching the Corey's chase here. See if he's going to get close enough to intercept that hailstorm or not. So as he's driving northward. So Corey's going to check that out and take a look at that. He's driving up 61. He might get close. He might. I think he's a little bit short. I think it's gonna be going by the time he gets up in position. Kind of watching his live feed. One good thing about Radar Omega, it does track them on their GPS as they're making motion. He's getting ready to move out of that one county, and I'm still waiting for the next warning to go out. That warning should be coming out here very, very shortly. That includes Yazoo City. I believe they'll probably put a warning out on that as well. Still a pretty good hail core with that thing, and there's broad rotation showing up in there as well. So again, that's that line. Still watching up and down that line. I'm going to switch back over to the other radar real quick just to kind of see. That's the most impressive line I've seen so far. But nothing to ride home on the other stuff. So I'm anticipating here a new warning to be coming out for these counties in Mississippi. New warning will be coming out here shortly. That'll be issued by the Jackson Weather Service office. So just waiting for the alert. I'm sure you'll hear what you will hear. You will hear a tone alert that'll go off on your stuff, you'll hear that. And once you hear that, you'll know that we've got got a new warning that's been issued. I just made sure my desktop audio was up because it did not have it up earlier. Although I got it on my speaker, you'll hear back there too. So he is getting awfully close. Here's Corey. Yeah, he's getting awfully close to that cell. It's awfully dark. It's starting to get dark now. Here's what he's seeing as he's closing in on that site. So it's just to the south of Cary, Mississippi, watching this new scan here. And while I'm showing that, I'm going to go take a look at over here. Still waiting for the next scan to complete. Yeah, let's see what that is. That's the core-inch hail showing up there. All right. So he is still going up 61, and that new reflectivity scan just kind of, I think he's just going to be a little short. It's going to go right by before he gets up that way. He's making the turn. He's getting there. So I'm kind of watching him right there. You can kind of see he is sitting. Yeah, he's sitting right here. So you got here's Corey. Here is Corey. He's going up 61. He's trying to intercept that storm right here. But the lightning, I'm also starting to notice, is starting to go diminish. So when the lightning starts to go down, good indication that your hail core is also starting to dissipate a little bit. So the storm pulsed up along the boundary, that warm front boundary. We're going to see some hail just south of Cary. I still think this storm will probably warrant a another warning. Now down here to the south, well, I don't want to lose. We're still watching that storm. Noticing in here now, all right, now we're starting to get some purple showing up in here. So we're starting to get some indications. You also see a little bit of that lightning in here. So starting to get some of that lightning, seeing some purple. That could be some hail potentially in there. Let me switch over to vertical liquid, see what that, yeah, a little bit, not as nearly as intense what was over there, but that's something to watch. With that cell there to the east of Tallulah. So we already got the warning on that cell. This one here to the south, as this one here could potentially go severe. We'll watch that one very closely. Lightning coming up, reflectivity going up a little bit. But I haven't seen anything tornadic yet so far. I've seen some broad rotations so far, but not have seen anything to kind of ride my thought here as far as what we're going on with that. So, oh, thank you there, War Thunder. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Here's what saying. Good point. Yeah, for a second I thought I was thinking that. Yeah. So I think we might see another warning here coming up here shortly. Thank you for watching that. I appreciate it. So it's like that there. So I'm gonna keep this on. Yeah, definitely could see another warning. The county that Tallulah's in there could see a new warning coming out here shortly. That one to the north that does appear to be weakened a little bit. Doesn't nearly had a nice hail core there for a second, but that's gone down. Corey's getting very close to intercepting that storm. He should be facing almost due north now, so he should be able to see his camera pretty well. Oops, come on. There he is right there. He's looking almost due north to see what he's seeing. Yeah, there it is. So there you can kind of see that lowering deck there as he's approaching that storm. That's the storm that was dropping that was showing the close to 2-inch hail. Oh no, he got into no man's land. Oh no, buffer, the magic buffer. Just so he's back. I thought he dropped off for a second. There he goes. Okay, there he goes. So he's getting closer to where that hail is. And getting into some of that rain, but that's the storm that's produced the 2-inch hail. They're briefly showing up on the scan. He's not in a very good cell zone there, obviously. Nor what I expect to be in that part of the country, so he's not in a good cell reception there. But that core has weakened. You can see the purple has gone away, going through there. So see that hail core as it was passing through here, looking right through there. It is definitely weakened a bit. So that one is not nearly as robust. So I still think a warning's possible ahead of this, but looking here to the south, this new scan here, we're watching these storms down here. This right in this area could potentially set off another warning here shortly. I'm watching that very closely. So let's go look at the regional radar here once again. All right, yeah, that's interesting to see. Kind of show you the whole line here as we're kind of looking at seeing some of the lightning starting to flare up out ahead of that initial line. So you're kind of seeing that. So seeing the thunder and lightning starting to flare up right there out ahead, and this is the main line right through here. So now that I'm seeing this starting to develop, now that makes me watch that. That's the stuff that I was waiting to fire up out ahead that could potentially set up some severe. So I need to watch that closely here. So I keep going back to the regional. I don't want to get too locked in on one storm as I'm kind of watching all up and down this thing. But still watching that enhanced area because that's clearly getting into that enhanced zone for potential severe weather. So we're down here. We're talking about stuff down here to the south. Let me switch over to this range. Nope, not there. Not showing anything there. So watch that closely, see what goes on with that stuff out ahead of this. Let me loop that again. Looks like he's getting awfully close. Let's see what he's showing there now. Come on, Corey. There you go. Let me switch over to that one. So there's back over to Corey's. This is Storm Chaser. This is the hailstorm that was dumping 2-inch hail. He's gotten pretty close to intercept right now. I think he's just kind of waiting for that storm to kind of come to him as he's tracking this. So he'll start moving again. Jimmy, Yazoo City had a EF4 that passed very close on April 24, 2010. You know what, Jimmy? I actually remember that one. I do remember that one. I do remember that one. This is something Jimmy I want to post up here once again. As Yazoo City had an EF4 back on April 24th, back in 2010. That was pretty sad. Notice that. Look at this sign there flipping in the breeze, man. Look at the wind. Look at that sign. Yeah, it's got some. You can see this core is coming. The rain's coming right over very quickly. Look how fast that's moving. Getting ready to cross the road right there. I'm gonna stand on the image there for a second. Gonna come watch that as that's coming. He's intercepted that core. These other people saying, "I'm gonna get off this road." And that's not time lapse, folks. That's how fast that stuff's moving. You can see that heavy rain just kind of moving on into that. So you see that heavy rain kind of coming across the field. And the sign's just kind of whistling in that breeze. There comes that heavy rain coming across the field. I don't think he's going to get any hail, though. I think he's just south of where that hail core was falling. If he gets anything, it may be pea-sized, but I don't think it'll be too much. We can see the heavy rain kind of coming across that road now. I love technology. Gotta love you to be able to do this stuff. Couldn't do this 20 years ago, that's for sure. I remember running a little storm chase video in my little... we would barely hold our GPS position to show everything, and I would show this crappiest damn pictures you ever saw on the severe weather as it was going through. So that's Corey. He is sitting just on the edge of that storm. So the hail core has kind of disappeared, and it's gone. He's just getting plain old heavy rain coming in across his region right now, where he's sitting. So kind of see that right there. just north of is that Smetus? Whatever it is, I don't know. Just south of Onward. So maybe a little hail in there, but nothing too significant to be concerned about. And he just, well, it doesn't shock me if it's raining that heavy. He probably couldn't. Yeah, his video's gone bye-bye. There's 163 people were watching that. Oh, there he goes. Yep, now he's in whiteout. Not whiteout, but rain out. Can't see with that heavy rain. That's some torrential rains there, buddy. Kind of pixeling out the camera as you saw that heavy rain kind of come across that field. That is significant right there. 18-wheel truck going on by. All right, enough of that. Let's go back over this regional site. So, starting to see that line starting to push off toward the east now, starting to almost parallel the Mississippi River. So, got some stuff coming into Natchez with some stuff developing to the south. Still checking the SPC, seeing if we're going to get a new watch box up here. There's this one. It's got a couple more hours on it. And I'm just kind of checking here, staying on top of this as best I can. And I, again, appreciate everybody who's been trying to dumping in, dumping out, and checking on the coverage tonight. I do appreciate it. There it goes. New meso discussion. All right, tornado watch here. All right, here. What are we looking at here? All right, continues. So, kind of read what the Storm Prediction Center here. The severe threat across the lower Mississippi Valley is expected to gradually increase over the next few hours. Wind damage, tornadoes, and isolated large hail will be possible. We're already seeing the hail, obviously. New weather watch issuers will likely be needed to the east of the current watch box. So that's what I was highlighting earlier. High-resolution radar imagery from Jackson, Mississippi, and Fort Polk, Louisiana currently show a line of strong thunderstorms located across central and northeast Louisiana. A weakly unstable but moist air mass is present ahead of the line and across much of the lower Mississippi Valley, where surface dew points are in the mid to upper 60s. Broad-scale water vapor imagery showing 80 to 100 knot mid-level jet. I showed that earlier. I guess I'll show that as well. I love it when my thinking is in line with the guys at the Storms Prediction Center. This combined with a strong and deep layer shear will likely create an environment supportive of severe thunderstorms. Recent trends suggest that the line has become somewhat more organized over the last hour. I did point that out as well. We're kind of seeing that where the red is intensified a little bit. The threat for wind damage, tornadoes, and isolated large hail will be possible, especially with cells that are more likely surface-based to the east of the ongoing line. So that's the stuff that I'm watching out ahead. All right. So what they're talking about here for discussion is this activity right up in here ahead of the main line to see if we're going to get any kind of development in there with that as that comes down on in. So a new watch box is going to be issued here shortly. That's going to be out ahead of the current one. So there's where the current watch box is currently sitting. And so a new watch box is going to come in for that area. That's going to be off toward the east of the current watch box. So you're looking at a new watch box that's going to be coming in here very shortly. And I'm not going to risk putting up a tab on that. So we're talking over toward Jackson, Macomb, Baton Rouge, over there at Hattiesburg, kind of getting that general area. Down toward New Iberia, everything that's just off to the east there of the current watch box. I see these Brandon has moved over to over near Vicksburg, watching that line's back off to the west there. So still think it's possible we could see a warning up there in the county where Tallulah's at, just to the west of Vicksburg. I still think that's a possibility there as that storm's now starting to push from west to east. Hey, thank you. I actually heard my alert this time. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. So it looks like, I would not be surprised to see a warning here shortly in this. I'm gonna look at the Ville again here. I want to take a look and see if we got any particular. Yeah, a little bit of hail in this, but not as much as the one up to the north. Obviously, this was the hailer up to the north. So you got a little hailer with this one. You got a little hailer with this one as well. That one's borderline. Let me look at my scan real quick. I'm gonna look at my. I'll look over here at this. Pull back out here once again. I want to see the scan on this one. Half inch. That's getting close. That's getting close. That's half-inch hail there. Of course, the criteria, we're talking severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking 3/4 inch hail. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Those are two of the criteria. Heavy rain, obviously. And like this one's getting very close to getting there. Yeah, so we're almost to severe weather criteria with this. And there's also been some stir-ups and some spin-ups along this line as this has been pushing off toward the east. So definitely been seeing that. Let me switch back over to high risk activity here. And kind of push this in motion. So a couple of these chaser guys are situated themselves up in Vicksburg. Now they're heading up. They're heading up 61 as well. So yeah, I can see why they're doing that because the most intense part seems to be the northern portion of that county, and if they get in position, they can kind of see it. Although it's starting to get dark, folks, and there's not a lot of lightning with this stuff. Always like a good lightning storm, so you at least can see the wall cloud as it's approaching, and you can kind of lights it up a little bit. See what Corey's throwing up here. See if he's out of the suit now. But oh man, those clouds are moving fast. Woo! Very low moving clouds. Yeah. Okay, so all warnings now have expired. All warnings have now expired. Oh, so there's no severe. There's a couple of flash flood warnings that are still out there. But otherwise, there's no active severe thunderstorm warnings for the moment. I don't know how long that'll last. Let me switch down to the Fort Polk-Louise here on the back end. Yeah, switch over to this one. So all warnings have expired. All right, nothing down there that catches my eye. Again, I just got to keep scanning up and down the on this. Let me go 3D here. This is a kind of a 3D look here of this. You can see with the higher cloud tops here, the northern part of that county. So, yeah, I would still think this cell here, you've seen the higher cloud tops in there, and maybe a slight purple. That's the one that was producing half-inch hail. Could potentially, if it pokes up a little bit higher, could go into issuing up another warning here shortly. So we could see another warning, kind of almost in the same area where the last one came, kind of right in there. So watch that very, very closely. So new watch box will be coming out here shortly. And when, in fact, let me go ahead and put it on just so I'm paying attention here. For right now, I'll turn it back on. Oops! I just turned my damn desktop off. Sorry about that. That was a accident. Oh no! I gotta reset it. No, I did not do that. That was an accident. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! I closed that by accident. I was trying to reload it. Oh my cat, I can't believe I just did that. That was a mistake and a half. Did not mean to do that. Oh Lord, that was terrible. Why'd I do that? I was trying to update my ticker there, and when I did, I lost the data on there. So I have to go back in and reload it. I hadn't touched that thing since I uploaded it. And that's probably one of the down things. I'm going to try to get a better alert system on this one so I can do the crawl more effectively in the future. But for right now, this is what I got to work with. So what I do is I grab there's a code that comes or kind of an HTML that comes out of the National Weather Service, and those get added to the crawl. And then what I do is I put the crawl in there, and then it kind of updates it, and then it grabs those warnings for that. Now, what this crawl is not doing that I need, it's not lighting up my individual counties, but it's at least telling me what Weather Service office and what they're. It's just kind of an extra line of defense that you're kind of looking at when you put it in there. So, file. Let's see, manage feeds. So I'm putting in another one in here, paste and add. So I've added both my tornado warning and my other one, and I do want to add my tornado watch box in here too. As well. So refine my search, and I got this back in here, and I'm just adding these back into the crawl, and then add. Boom. So the crawl's back in there. Now I got to set all the parameters for it, which is always a little bit of a pain. So I can at least put it back in there and at least have that. So here's the cross section once again. I'm looking here. This here is the still showing where that box is, still showing about half-inch hail there, just basically right on Interstate 20. So it's just off to the west of Tallulah there, and to obviously west of Vicksburg as that continues to move off there. And there's the. I'm gonna go full screen here. There we go. And you got a couple of the chasers out ahead of that line because that seems to be the most intense part of the line currently, right now. So. Tools. I'm sorry, options. Da, 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 da. There we go. I'm resetting the crawl system so I've got it back up. So Arial black, and I think I was doing 15, I believe. Trying to remember what I had it size-wise here. There it goes. This needs to draw that. Ah, wow. Well, that's interesting. So I am trying to reposition this thing back up in here like it belongs. And you can see I'm kind of lining things back up here. So I'm going to line these things back up correctly. There we go. All righty. Well, I'll leave it red for right now, but I do need to make it faster. That's a little bit of, that crawl's just a little bit slow. Don't you think? I think it's a little slow. So we'll speed it up. Oh. There we go. Hey, he fixed his crawl. But I learned something on this I did not know while I was hitting this. I can when I freeze it, I can pull it up and I can pull the whole watch box up. So that's something I didn't know it could do, but I just learned that. But it stops the crawl when I do that. So anyway, let's go back to I'm gonna go back to the regional pull here again. I fixed my little problem. All right, so we're watching that line. We're watching the stuff out ahead of it, but nothing explosive. It's been very slow, very deliberate with this thing so far. It's not giving me a whole lot of credence here with this particular cell as it's kind of moved on in. I did have officially gone over the number of views I had from yesterday, so that was a nice plus. Got above there at 4 hours. Yesterday I was like at 126, so I'm at 129, so a little bit more, and I like to know that we have done pretty good, especially since it was actually more active weather yesterday than what we're currently seeing with this particular cell, this particular storm. Get my little chat box up here going again. So I'm gonna put a little. Just kind of put a little. Alrighty. So there's where we're currently sitting. Again, no active warnings out to speak of currently. We do have a couple of warnings, flash flood warnings in Vernon and Chicot. Those are the same two counties. Those are getting ready. Those won't expire here. One expires in the next 3 minutes. Another one expires in a half hour after that. So the heavy rains that was down into Vernon County has pushed off toward the east. So good news on that one right now. So I'm sitting there scanning. All right, I think we're getting another warning here in a second. I'm gonna show you why. So going back over here, I think we're getting another warning here because that square box right there is showing 1 inch hail now, just north Interstate 20. So if that's gonna hold true, then we're talking about right in here, showing 1 inch hail now. So it's possible we may get another watch box out here, another warning box out here in just a second. We'll see. So we'll see if that holds true, if we're going to get another warning on that one coming on. Let me switch back there. There's other southern. I'm trying to watch these storms down to the south to see if we get any pulse there. And even this is showing. See that little cluster of lightning right in there? And so this is what's showing 1 inch hail right up in here. So might see a warning coming issued here very shortly. Almost in the exact same county as it was before. Those same place they got the hailer before, they're going to get the hailer again. Again, it's coming up on that warm front boundary, and we're getting a little pulse of the thunderstorms as it comes across that boundary, and that's what's setting that off. So, and these guys here that are chasing out ahead of it might start moving in that Corey. You got 3 of these guys sitting in the same general area. That's what Corey's seeing right now. If he's traveling northward, he's going to head right into where that other hailer is coming from. It's just off to his west, off to the left there. So he's going north, back off to the left there. That's where that particular cell is sitting right now. So still waiting for that official new watch box to come out here shortly. I'm kind of watching it, see if the new box is issued. Not just yet. Getting close, though. There it is. Okay, there's the watch. Yeah, there it is. We did get the other watch. So let me switch over and show that real quick. I was waiting on that. While I was trying to fix my little problem. So let's go back over to... There it is. All right. Let me go ahead and show you that real quick. So here's the new watch box. This one goes until 2 o'clock in the morning Central Time. So it's going to be a long night. Don't know if I'm going to be broadcasting all night. Don't know if I'm going to go that late. Probably go for another couple hours before I shut it down. I have to get up in the morning to do other stuff. So let's see here. Let me move that a little bit for you so I get it dead center for you. I'll move that over just a little bit. So there's the county. It goes all the way over to the Alabama line. So we're coming from Columbus, Pearl River, back toward Macomb, just northern portion of Baton Rouge, coming in there. Natchez, obviously Vicksburg and Yazoo City, all up in there in Mississippi. And that's kind of that was the center portion of where obviously the enhanced area for severe weather was looking. So basically from now, from 7 o'clock Central Time till 2 in the next basically 6-7 hours, this is going to be the window for severe weather. Now, hopefully the folks in Mississippi, obviously we know what happened last year in River Fork, have got their weather radios, got their severe weather apps, and got everything ready to go for this nighttime event, which I'm not been a big fan of. Not a big fan of severe weather at night, and because it can be killer. I mean, that's the big thing. You never know. So I'm surprised they haven't issued a warning on that one. I guess this is borderline, but that is a clear cluster on storms. Let me go back to again. There's our tornado watch now going out till 2 in the morning Central Standard Time with the new watch box there. The ones there on the Louisiana side and Arkansas, those go until till 8, and that's getting ready to expire here in about an hour anyway. So I was again watching this cell here just the south of Lake Providence. That's borderline on whether we're going to see a severe on that or not. We'll watch that very closely. And I'm watching this activity that's coming here from the south. You seeing this stuff here coming up the south? Again, here's that line. And it's the stuff out ahead of it that could potentially become a problem as we go through the next few hours. So we got a new tornado watch. It goes till 2 in the morning. Still seeing that steady stream of stuff coming in from the southwest paralleling that line. Seeing a little lightning up here to the north, but it's just to the west of Vicksburg now. As activity here in Louisiana should be settling down here over the next several hours here. So there's our chasers out currently right now. Connor and Brandon, those guys are in the same general area. Brandon is. Brandon's with the other guy. Connor's down somewhere else, and then Freddie's up into Iowa. Been watching the storms up there. Looks like Duluth's gone over to rain. They were snowing so bad earlier it was banding up that camera. Now it's gone back over to rain up there at Duluth. I was trying to find me a snow pick camera to use for today as we were doing this broadcast. So going back over to the big picture here as we're watching this line. The most intense activity here is coming in up just to the north of where these cluster of storm just like 3 of them all together here right now. Here's Corey. He's kind of stopped right now. So maybe when you look at the clouds and they're moving at so fast of a speed, they almost look like it's in a time lapse right now. So those folks in Mississippi need to definitely be on the alert and ready for tonight should this turn a little more active. I will say so far it's been a little bit lacking, but again, it only takes one. It really does to make your day go bad. So it only takes one to be an issue. And that's what I'm kind of watching for to see if we get any kind of intensification. And as I watch these stuff down here to the south again, as this activity here kind of merges together, are you going to get a pulse up of the storms in that line? Are you going to see increase in lightning? Are you going to increase in the helicity, the wind shear and the spin in the atmosphere? That's what I'm kind of looking at right now as this is getting ready to pull out of the eastern portions of Louisiana going to the western portions of Mississippi. So from Natchez up to Vicksburg here over the next couple hours is going to be the main concern. So I'm continuing to look at my. So right now, all the flood warnings, by the way, have also expired. So that's good there. Still showing 1-inch hail on that one there, and just south of Lake Providence. 1/4-inch hail there. I'm checking the southern part of this line. 1/4-inch hail. Nothing to write home about into there. So there's that cross section again in the middle portion of that line, just south of Lake Providence, and north of Tallulah seems to be where the hail core there is on its way, continuing off toward the east. Looks like it should pass just to the, stays on that trajectory, should stay to the south of Rolling Rock, into kind of in between Rolling Rock and Yazoo City, according to that current track, the way it's currently looking right there right now. So still getting some thunder and lightning there, also coming into areas of kind of, again, the wider perspective here. Nashville, see the lightning increasing across northern Mississippi, back toward Cleveland, and stuff coming, stretching back down toward Alexandria. So that warm sector is the sector of concern. That's where the tornado risk is the highest. That's where, as that warm front is going to continue to propagate further north, that's where that watch box pretty much covers up into most of the state of Mississippi, as that warm front's going to continue to move north. So the warm sector will continue to advance, as this is going to be continue to move up toward the north as these storms move in that general direction. There's the big picture once again, kind of give you the national perspective. Still dealing with those winter storms on the backside of the storm system. That yellow area is your current tornado watches that are currently out. The brown is the wind advisories, and that purplish and that orange area. The orange is where the blizzard warnings are up, and the winter storm warnings are in pink, and the winter weather advisories are there in the blue on the wraparound on that storm system right there. All right. So continue to watch this here for tonight. So officially 4 hours in, and I did more views than I did yesterday. So that's always a plus. 132 viewers. I do appreciate it. Do appreciate that a bunch.
How many?
132. That's more than we had yesterday.
All right.
Hey, take it a little step at a time. Take a little step at a time. There's your camera view once again as we continue to look there at Brandon and Connor doing their intercepts there. They're still out ahead of the line. They're closer over to, may have to update their placement. I think they might be getting over to Mississippi now. Yeah, I will need to update Connor. Connor's now in Vicksburg, Mississippi. So let me go ahead and update his box here. And these guys, it makes sense that they would go ahead and start moving into those locations. Oops. So we'll update him to. So Connor's now in Mississippi. I'll see where Brandon's at. He may have switched over too. So there's our storm part of this. And then obviously we still have the winter component, which is the upper low that's hanging back behind the system here. So I don't want to forget the winter side of this storm as we've been watching this. Still got these thunderstorms here coming through Oklahoma, the southwest portion of it. And then you got all this snow back in here with the upper level feature kind of hanging back behind here across areas of Nebraska and Iowa. These temperatures are running 40 degrees colder than they were yesterday at this time. I mean, significant change here in the flow here. So this is a lot of steady snows in here, to say the least, coming through here. Let me switch over to that mode so you can see what I'm talking about. There we go. So again, you're getting some very good steady snows here across areas in Nebraska, back in across western portions of Kansas right now, and that's been pretty steady. Kind of been snowing in the same spot for a while, so it'll be interesting to see what some of those storm totals are going to show with this once it's all said and done. I can actually, let's go take a look at, oh, we got a new warning. New warning, I think, just came out. Here it is. Yes, that's the one I was just calling about. Yep, just the one I was just talking about. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. This is the one I was focusing on. I've been waiting on this one. I said it looked like they were going to do it, and they did it. So new warning. This is the one up to the north. Yep, just coming out of that extreme northeastern portion of Louisiana, coming into Mississippi. You got that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until for another 48 minutes. So till 8 o'clock. So also noticing it's saying possible tornado, which means it's got broad rotation. That's what I was looking at earlier with that when I was doing my cross section on that. And let me take a look here. Yeah, 3/4 inch hail. So this is the cross section of that storm. Again, side by side, reflectivity's on your left, velocity's on your right, and showing 3/4 inch hail. And with that, very broad circulation. I wouldn't be overly, because obviously it's in a tornado watch zone, but very broad in the circulation on this. So again, you kind of see the green kind of sitting there right through there. This is where the hail core is sitting, showing 3/4 inch hail right through there as this continues to move off toward the northeast. So now I got that up, I'm going to go ahead and adjust my crawl here. Manage feeds. I'm going to go ahead and turn the tornado watch off and just leave the warnings up for right now. And hit OK. That'll update here in a minute. Let me force feed it real quick while reload feeds. Boom. No, nothing showing on the kicker. I did put that in there correctly, did I? I believe I did. Let me see here. Manage feeds. I did turn warnings, current severe those warning. Yeah, it's there. Should update. Not sure why it's not. It's been a little slow, I guess. All right, so these counties go until again 8 o'clock on that severe thunderstorm warning. And that's the warning area right there with the radar, and I'm zooming in on it. So that is picking up 3/4 inch hail in the middle of that hailer right there. Also seeing 1/2 inch hail right behind that, just to the west of Tallulah. There where that cells. So the same warnings that fell over the same area from the previous warning about an hour ago is going over the same general area. Let me get you over to Red Omega here real quick. We're going to do a little look-see on this one. I'm going to look at the base velocity. Yeah, that cluster of lightning is a dead giveaway for hail. Absolutely seeing that. Yep, not seeing anything there. It kind of rides me. Oop, outside of the range there. Oh, am I not on the right radar? Oh, I'm not on the right radar. That's why. Duh. It's on the right radar. Yeah, little base. It's broad. A little broad circulation going through there. So you kind of see that little cluster there. Kind of a broad rotation. In there, so you got a little circulation around that hail core. Nothing that's tornadic, but there's definitely some rotation in the storms right in there. Let's go back to my high resolution here. Continue motion. All these chasers, the guys are sitting in the same area. Corey's facing north, but it's getting dark now, so it's going to be hard to kind of see that particular stuff in there. So I'm going to go to so kind of wash that in there. I'm going to see if I hit the wrong thing here. Let me go here to Copy. There we go. Had a glitch. I fixed it. Had to get my severe thunderstorm warning working again there as we're watching that cell. That's this cell right here. We got goes until again. We're looking at 8 o'clock Central Time with that. Got pretty good cluster of lightning. Pretty good hail core with that. Carry again south of Rolling Fork with that particular cell. And I still think this cell down here in near Tallulah is also showing some signs. Maybe we get severe down in here as well, but it's borderline right now with that cell. Those are the two cells we're kind of watching right now with the warnings here as we're coming up to 7:18 Central Time right now. So you can see the getting there, getting a little bit late, getting a little long in the tooth for these storm chasers. It gets nighttime, unless something goes. A lot of them are going to shut down. I would assume, as we get in here toward the late hour here. Yeah, I haven't had any reports here either tonight. That's been one of the things. I've not had a whole lot. Is normally get wind damage reports or tornado reports. Nothing like we had yesterday. I think we bought it to this one. I've not seen any way of any real significant storm reports with this yet. A lot of the severe weather that has happened has been in kind of a very low populated area. I've not seen that so much. So that's been a little bit of an issue here. I want to take a look at the water vapor imagery here once again. There's the watch box here. So this is what's stirring up all our severe weather here is this big trough, this big deepening trough here. And you see that dry punch there just punching right through there. I mean, just amazing stuff watching this here with this the intensity of this storm as it's moving on in. I mean, this big old trough just digging way down in Mexico and then kind of swing up through here. You got the upper level feature hanging up back, and that's what's causing the snow. And then you got this split here with the jet stream going into Mississippi. That's the target zone there for potential tornadoes. But a tremendous dry slot. That's that dark in there. That's a dry slot rotating in here. The green is the higher rainfall totals that you normally would see, or moisture equivalent in there, or high moisture content. I'll get the right words. I've been doing this for a little while. But there's a huge dry slot coming in there, and this jet stream enhancement really could help with the tornado potential there in the Mississippi here as we go into the overnight hours. I really, really don't like seeing that. That's kind of a bad thing to see. Oops, sorry, going on my inner code mode here. All right, coming up. Yeah, we're coming up on the 24Z. Here's the dew point push. Yeah, clearly pushing over into. So I'm watching the dew points here as this is kind of getting pushed off into these. The higher dew points now are kind of getting shoved into Mississippi. As we watch that, the milder air is still, temperatures are sitting in the middle upper 60s there. Out ahead of that, the cold air is really wrapping in behind. Still in the 60s central portions of Iowa right now. With that cold air coming in behind it, with the upper level feature kind of dragging behind it. There's your wind gusts. It's been windy out ahead of us. That's why all the wind advisories are in there behind the front and in below the front. And even with some of that snow, you're still getting winds to 40 miles an hour. That's the blizzard warnings that are sitting there across portions of Nebraska. So going to go back over here to the warning. You're still watching this warning here across the area there across northeastern Louisiana going into Mississippi currently. So still about 50 minutes left on that warning right now. These guys are they going to try to intercept this? Because Corey is, but can't really see much at night. It's just getting too dark, guys. And not getting any lot of lightning to kind of help light up the way either. So it's getting kind of light as these guys are moving to intercept the looks like potentially that hail core there. So the severe thunderstorm warning that we had, this is southeastern East Carroll Parish, central Esquina County, and southern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi. So 2 counties in Mississippi till 8, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So you're talking about onward and filter around 7:15, which we've already passed, and then Valley Park around 7:25. So that's what we're seeing with that particular warning right now. That's a nice little tool. I'll need to start using that. I can freeze the crawl and read the date on it. Not optimal, but I can use it. That's okay. Not exactly what I'd like. Still think Vicksburg, Mississippi is going to get handed here probably in the next half hour. That's a pretty nasty storm moving through Tallulah right now. A very nasty cell moving through there right now currently. Let me go back to my regional here. I need to move this back over. Again, trying to maintain a good view of this entire line here. Here's your perspective again. Again, I got the warning up to another flash flood warning got issued there to the north as well. That's for up into East Carroll, Franklin, Madison once again, and Chillicothe and Washington County. Again, tremendous amount of water has been with this system as it's been, again, training over the same spot over again. Now, the hail core on this next scan does show it has come down to a ½ inch, so technically falling below severe weather criteria. And this is also the exact same place where it weakened before with the last storm that was moving through there. So, but you see the green area, those are your flash flood warnings that are up in that area as well. So that's that area there in the gold boxes there. That's East Carroll, Franklin Parish, Western Madison Parish, Richland Parish. These flood warnings are going to stay up till 1:30 in the morning. So that's because of all the area's already seen 2 to 3 inches of rain, and they could get another 1 to 2 on top of it. So flooding problems, again, Louisiana not out of the question here for tonight, as this rain has been falling over the same area for some time. So continuing to watch that warning there across there. That's coming into, still got another 34 minutes on that one. I know it says possible tornado, but everything I saw with the rotation in there seems to be very, very broad at this point. Yeah, could see some of that in there. Let me animate that a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of pushing, but not really seeing any kind of rotation, just from where the radar beam is coming. So, watching right in there a little bit. Some broad rotation, but not nothing that would be tornadic that I'm seeing. All right. Continue to watch this here for tonight. As we're still dealing with the winter weather out in Nebraska and into Kansas, and we're dealing with the severe weather here across the South. There's been only not even a handful of warnings. A lot of flash flood warnings. I think there's been 4 or 5 of those. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings so far in an area that was supposed to have an enhanced areas for severe weather. My only concern about this is that this thing might take off during the late late hours tonight, which is really a bad thing to see. I don't like seeing that for more of the reasons that I can shake a stick at. I want to take a look at the latest high resolution modeling here. So let me pull that up real quick. I want to check and see if there's been any changes in the outlook here for that. Or I can find it. I can't find it for some reason. Oh, there it is. There we go. And I got to do a... Let's see if I can get the latest run here. All right, the 20, that's already in. So, all right, here's the latest run on this. Let me switch you back over here to this is the high resolution radar signature, it kind of estimates what we're currently seeing activity on the radar and what it'll project to look as we go for the next 18 hours. So this one updates every hour. The 6-hour version on the 18.0Z, 6Z, 12Z gives a 48-hour. And this is kind of an abbreviated short run here. So seeing things kind of deteriorate over the next couple hours, and you're still showing that activity out ahead of that main squall line. So the intensity here, very intense thunderstorms here going through 3Z. So that's kind of getting toward 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight. 0Z is like 7 or 6. And so we're seeing the intense line going into intensifying. The high resolution still shows this thing, the squall line intensifying as it pulls into Mississippi. And then it moves into Alabama during the wee early morning hours and then starts to lose its punch. It loses its punch at that point. So it looks like by the time we get after midnight, it starts losing its punch. And we kind of see, it kind of looks like the sphere will be probably marginal down across the south, just some rain, thunders, and thunderstorms there. So looks like we only got about 4 or 5 more hours of seeing this kind of intense activity, at least what the high resolution model is currently showing. And now that we're kind of getting dark time there, I see the chaser up there. See, he's got a little bit of lightning in there. I saw a couple flashes showing up in there. It's getting dark, and I really hate it for those chasers when they get storming at night because they can't see. But these guys, especially guys like this who've got all the bells and whistles on the stuff, they're used to this stuff. They're definitely very versed in the storm activity here. I need to shut some of these things down. I got way too many open here. So I would say this endeavor here for tonight has been a pretty good endeavor, but it looks like I might need to shut down as I get toward 9 o'clock here. I'm going to go for another half hour. Looks like my viewership has pretty much died off. I'm going to give it another 30 minutes, and then I'm going to go ahead and shut down for the night. Successful run here. Got some more viewers than I had yesterday, and that's the goal, to build viewership on every one of these severe weather ones to make sure I can get more coverage than I had the previous one. So this will be my new high. That'll be 137. If I get a few more, that'll be great. But if not, that'll be fine. So I'm going to go back over to my GRL here. I want to take a look at the see if anything that stands up out of my way. I'm going to go switch over to this other, the Fort Polk one. Those are my 2 high resolution ones here. It's a 1/4 inch hail, nothing there, it just kind of stands out. 1/4 inch hail, nothing there. So we're gonna go till about 9 o'clock here, and then we're gonna shut it down for the night, and then pray that everybody does well for the overnight hours. So stand by. Be right back. There we repeat. Very tired tonight. All right. Back again, back for some more fun and adventure here. So we're tracking this severe weather here across the southeast. I will say so far it's been a little bit of a bust. We just have not seen the outbreak as expected with when you see something like this with an enhanced area of severe weather. Now we are getting in, according to the latest high resolution model I was just looking at, it's still suggesting that we're going to see some intensification between now and going into, say, about 2 in the morning, and then it should start to subside down. And that's why I think the tornado watch actually goes out till 2 in the morning, because that's what is showing on the high resolution. So meteorologists, we can only go with what the data is showing us, what they anticipate to show us as we kind of watch this thing, and we just kind of adjust accordingly. So Connor's in the soup right now with some heavy rains. I wonder if he's intercepted some of the hail. You can see some of the heavy rains there, and he's over near Rolling Fork. Oh, he's up there. Rolling Fork, by the way, is where that big tornado dropped last year at the end of March. That was a significant one there. So let me take a look at. Let me go back over here to Radar Omega real quick, and I want to take a look in Rolling Rock. So he's up in the Rolling Rock area. So Connor, he's got a lot of lightning in there. He's the one in the northeast quadrant that you're seeing there in Mississippi. The Rolling Fork area is where he's located. So he is in the soup right there. You can see that with the heavy rains that are moving through there currently. And it might be some small hail in there as well. Wouldn't rule that out. I'm sure if I pull up the Ville, there's probably some in there as well. Look, just to his south. So, but not overly impressive there with that. It looks like that warning's just gonna expire out. I don't see them extending that one because it looks like the trend is weakening on that one as it currently looks. Look at my cross section here. And I'm going to switch back over to the other radar. Yeah, that's now showing about 1/2 inch to 1/4 inch hail in that core. So I do not anticipate this particular one to be extended out. I do not see that the warning coming out going into that system going into the south. So with that said, I want to go ahead and take a look at the regional again, well, the wider perspective here. And I want to show, again, I want to go up and down this entire quadrant here as we're kind of watching this here for the next few minutes here before I call it a night. So I want to go ahead and zoom out. We got these are flash flood warnings that are in there because the rain has been training over the same ground. We got one warning out right now, and the 2 of the warnings here of the 3 that we had have been right along that warm front boundary. So the rains, they are continuing to move that prefrontal trough coming into St. Louis here real soon. So you kind of see this very easily, and you see, oh, it's a bright banding, and it shows up so nicely. That just looks so nice. So when you see that right there, that's kind of the, you see that dark intensification line right through here? That right there is kind of your prefrontal trough right through there. Probably some very gusty winds, very intense rains with that. Not severe. I noticed a little cluster of lightning out of here across Texas. Texas, Tennessee. I know what state that is. Coming into Nashville. So Nashville going to get some pretty good downpours and some thunder and lightning through there. Also, this little line coming into Cape Girardeau is coming on through. This has already gone by St. Louis. My apologies on that. But coming into southern Illinois with that trough. Then you see the rains coming up, some heavy rains, even a little flash lightning up there in northern Illinois. Interesting to see that. And then along this frontal system back here, you're seeing again some lightning and some thunder with that as well. This is the main front, kind of showing up some lightning up and through here, and then the upper front, and then the upper boundary is what's providing the snow back behind the systems from Sioux Falls, O'Neill, Grand Island, Limna, Hayes, Wallace, Kinsley. Though the wraparound snow moisture has been there pretty much all day. Let me take a look at, I want to see if I can see some of the reports out here. See what some of the snow totals have been. Just kind of light up here. Heavy snow, whiteout conditions. And that's why they got the blizzard conditions, because the winds have been blowing 40 to 50 miles per hour in here. Blizzard, quarter-mile visibility. This was at a few hours ago, so this has kind of settled down here a little bit. 5.5 to 6.5 inches of snow. 708, zero visibility, gust to 40. See some of these down here. 3 inches of snow on the ground. 1 inch. 3 inch near Dodge City. 1 inch of blowing snow there. So that's why they've had the blizzard conditions there, because it's not a ton of snow, but boy, the heavy wind action has been going. The blizzard conditions on there as well. The one thing that we've had all day today is with all the high wind advisories, we've had all these wind reports. 46 mile per hour winds, 47, 48, 48. Get some trees down a little bit. And again, these are just large tree down. This is just when the gusty winds that have been blowing all day because of the intense pressure rating. You have high pressure off toward the east, this low pressure trough kind of moving in like a bowling ball. And the difference between the pressures between the two are what's setting off those high wind, the wind advisories we kind of been seeing all up across that area there. And you can see that here again on the watch warning advisory here. That's what all this brown is here. That's the wind advisories. The yellow right there is obviously the tornado watch boxes that are up right now, and we still got blizzard conditions. All that should start to subside here as that snow is starting to show some waning there across the areas of Nebraska. Things should begin to improve there through the overnight hours here a little bit as it kind of weakens a little bit. So. But again, still dealing with this weather here in the south. That's where we're kind of watching the tornado threat here for the next few hours to see if that's going to kind of materialize. The model suggests yes. The models, I just looked at the high resolution model was showing some issues. Here's some of those flood reports, by the way. Waters quickly accumulated several yards, 1 to 2 feet in depth. Wow. In Greenville, some flooding there. And Mercy Manor, many of the streets in Vermont were beginning to flood because the rain's just been falling over the same area over and over and over and over again. It's too much. But I'm going to watch to see if we're going to get any intensification of this line as it looks like now two lines kind of merging together pretty close to the Louisiana-Mississippi line here very shortly, and see if we get any other. That current warning I see there probably going to expire here in the next 20 minutes. I don't think it's going to extend out. I'm looking at the cross section on that. I do not see that to be an issue. So the question is, will we get additional warnings down to the south? I just don't see that currently. But not to say that won't happen. We do have a watch box that goes till 2 in the morning for just about everybody across Mississippi. Louisiana stuff is supposed to expire here in the next 20 minutes. So they may adjust the box because the storms haven't cleared Louisiana just yet. So we'll see if that happens here shortly. So that is what we're seeing currently with this as we're getting to see that stuff going in there. So yeah, it looks like we might have to shut down. We're going to shut down in about 19 minutes. All right. So had a good run here. So, folks, tonight is the night where this has been I've been kind of a. I think I would think constitutes a bit of a bust event, which is good because obviously we don't like to see any kind of real bad active severe weather for anybody to get impacted in a bad way, especially since we're coming up on the anniversary of that big EF4 that blew through Rolling Fork last year, and they're getting thunderstorms in that same year. 1 year later, I'm sure the folks there are sitting in pins and needles, going, "Oh God, please don't do another one." I don't think that's the situation we're going to see here. We're not seeing that. So, I'm going to switch back over to this one. And switch back over to my Radar Omega. Watching some of these guys in here. Let's see if they're still broadcasting here a little bit. Oh boy, he's getting some heavy rains. Yeah, I can't barely see in front of you there, buddy. That's what you call heavy rains in that area. That's also the area that was going to get some. So I wouldn't be driving. That's tough to kind of drive through all that. I tell you, I've had where I've driven in some of these heavy rains where you just got to pull over and just kind of wait for this to kind of go on by. But he is definitely in the soup of it right now, just south of Cary. So Brandon, I need to reset. Let me see if I can reset Brandon. It sounds like his stuff's gone down. Nope, he's back up. So there's Brandon and Connor are still out, and that's Freddie's earlier stuff. It's obviously got dark up there in Iowa, so he's not chasing anymore. And Duluth is obviously should be darker than that, so I might need to reset both those. So I'll just do that here in a second. Let me do a reset. Do. Well, he's just running his stuff from earlier. Well, that is live. Yeah, it's just not gotten dark up there yet. I wouldn't have thought so. There's again your watch area coverage. The stuff there in Louisiana is being trimmed away to pretty much nothing. I still don't understand why they got the straight counties in southern Arkansas still officially on there, but because the bulk of this is now kind of right through where those boxes are sitting there across Louisiana with the current watches and warnings. With the most intense stuff there kind of moving through the Rolling Rock area and getting ready to kind of come down toward Vicksburg, getting very close to Vicksburg, Warrenton. Seeing a lot of these storms getting ready to cross over into Mississippi. So coming out of Louisiana and into Mississippi. Got storms back toward Natchez and Alexandria. I got the southern part of this line. Still hanging back here a little bit. But north of Lafayette and should stay north of Baton Rouge. But I'm not seeing anything on this one. I'm just kind of looking to scan from different areas. And this is the high resolution radar. That's why I'm staying with this one, even though it's shooting from behind. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything right now. Most intense area is right along that boundary where that warm front has been sitting. So it's right around in there. It's been good. I've been actually able to call a couple of the warnings in advance before they kind of came out. So that's a good little test of your. When you're doing covers like this, you want to kind of get practice. You want to kind of make sure that your eye is good, that you're watching what's going on, and continue to watch the cross level here of the severe weather that's kind of moving in. Still got that one warning there coming up across the north, just kind of coming into Mississippi, coming across the Louisiana line there. And what I'm seeing right in there right now, again, a reason why I don't think they're going to continue the warning is that I'm not getting the larger hail core. All right, we're seeing looks like half-inch hail and severe weather criteria is 3/4 inch hail. And there is some wind shear, which means we got some spin in there right now, but we're not seeing high levels of it. So you're talking maybe 40 to 50 mile per hour wind. So it's just below the severe weather criteria, and that's why I don't believe that warning is going to continue for that area. Now, are we going to get anything else that's going to fire south of that? That's the big question as we continue to watch this thing here for tonight. Is it's been one of those things that you see so much of the dynamics that are involved with the system, and to me, because of the direction of the jet stream and the southern, there's not a ton of spin there. A lot of wind energy, tremendous amount of dynamics with this, but not a lot there, to say the least, as far as what's going to cause a severe or major outbreak of tornadoes. The tornado risk was running about 10% going up toward the Jackson area. And we're going to see in the high resolution model was showing this line that's starting to merge again. We got these two lines kind of merging together. And I'll go ahead and loop this once again for you. Potentially setting off some potential tornadoes in that area. That's where the tornado parameters were also at its highest, but just have not seen that materialize here. It's been kind of slow coming together here all night today. Only seen, I think, 4 official warnings so far. So it's been we've been talking about the storm system for a while, and this was the day I thought was going to be the highest. And yesterday's activity was probably more robust than this one was. It was spread out over about 1,000 miles almost from basically way the heck up in South Nebraska all the way down toward Texas. But this one looked like it was going to be a bigger coverage for us here tonight, but it just hasn't worked out that way so far. But they're not out of the woods, because we do have the tornado watch box that's still up until 2 in the morning for those areas. So a lot of these areas here in the yellow throughout the whole state of Mississippi are going to be all right. Now, those in Alabama, I think by the time the line starts to cross into Alabama, it should be definitely weakening at that time. Right? The high resolution model was showing till about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and then it starts to go down again. We're losing the daytime heating. The instability was always a little borderline with this to begin with as it was going into this. So it was always a little bit questionable on that. So was only one of the missing components was really instability. Temperatures are staying around 70, dew points in the 60s. If it was a little bit warmer, then I think we're talking about a different dynamic here. But again, we still have about another 5-hour window here, I think, that we have to watch very closely. Because the tornado risk is sitting right through there, as you can see there in the yellow. That's the 10% risk of severe weather or tornadoes in that particular area. So watching it closely, and I'm not gonna probably gonna keep going here in a few minutes or so. But I just want to. I'm watching to see how these two lines interact. Are we going to get the merger of the storms? Are we going to get that wind shear is going to be enough? Is it going to be the instability going to be enough to kind of fire up some additional warnings right now? Because as it stands right now, currently, still got the current warning. Got another 10 minutes on that one across East Carroll. Issaquah? I can't pronounce that Mississippi County or Louisiana County there. I'm sorry. It is a little bit of a bust for me. Let's see. I can't pronounce that too much there. Oh, that's too much. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. So anyway, we'll see how that works out. So this warning is coming across Mississippi. That is this area right through here. And I'll kind of show you that cross section again as we're watching the leftover of that warning. And it's still showing 3¼ inch hail. The new scan is still showing 3¼ inch hail along with that line. So I kind of loop this through here. See that line kind of coming in across coming out of Louisiana, coming now into Mississippi. Had some very heavy rains there across the Rolling Rock area. Let me again tap this through up to here. And I'm kind of highlighting it. There's still 3¼ inch hail showing right up in that line in there. So what I'm seeing around here is, again, you're still looking at right through there some 3¼ inch hail being reported. So as long as that's being said, there could be another watch box here out ahead of this including going into Yazoo City if the intensity of the storm continues. The last ones were kind of weakening as they were kind of going up that way, but could see another warning be issued up in that area here shortly. Watching very closely as it's getting close to entering out of that warning box currently into that area. So I'm going to watch that very closely, see how that works out here for the next little bit. We got to line 42. So we're going to have another 8 minutes, and then we're going to shut it down for the night. So I had 8 minutes left on this particular warning. We're going to see if they're going to extend that out a little bit more or not. So still look like a little bit of hail. This you see this purple in here. That is could be a little, definitely right where the storm chaser guys are. They could be looking at some hail in there. He's right in the center of that where that most intense hail. Let's see if he's showing anything. No, he doesn't seem to be seeing if he was going to see any hail, because he was right in the middle of that. Let's see if we got any particular hail in that. So let me transition over here. I'm sorry about that. Got it off the wrong map. I was looking at one of the storm chasers. See, we're still seeing a little bit of lightning in there. But I was looking because, well, new scan just came in, so it just kind of lightened up a little bit. I was wanting to see if he was actually seeing any hail there or not. So things going to go downhill pretty quickly here into Vicksburg as these storms are coming in from the south. Natchez also getting in on it as well. Alexander is finally getting out of the soup. They've been stuck in the rain just about all day late this afternoon. So got 7 more minutes on the current warning, and I don't know. It's borderline on whether they're going to extend that or not. That's based off what I'm seeing. So it'll be borderline on whether they're going to extend that warning. I want to go for about another 6 minutes. We'll call 5 hours today, and we got a new high on the viewership. So 143, we'll take it. Not good at tens of thousands. .15 hours. All right. I don't know why this thing's so far behind. It's go live. There we go. My thing likes to reset. Don't know why. Go back over here. Yeah, they trimmed away that warning now. They're only down to that last. And that's clearly losing its punch. And you can clearly see on the reflectivity here that that's losing its punch. You don't see the purples in there. It's kind of letting its punch up. Got some pretty good storms here coming into Vicksburg. Vicksburg, you got some activity here coming in from the south. That's going to be dead center there here shortly with some pretty good rains. And then also down here toward Natchez, also getting some pretty good activity. So we're going to call it a night here real soon. Let me look at my cross section here again. That's always, I like to call it my cross section because that's what I look at when I'm doing my side-by-side comparison here. All right. Still showing some 3-inch, quarter-inch hail there. Very weak mid-level rotation. 3/4-inch hail down the southern part of that line. So the only warnings now is on the Mississippi side, as that line has gone completely out of Louisiana. Esquina and Sharkey, those are where your current warnings are sitting right now. That's Esquina and Sharkey. So that's what's left on that. We got another 4 minutes. That warning is done, and at that point, I think I will be shutting down for the night. Very successful next broadcast. Made some good stuff here. So the warnings are, looks like we got one warning, but it's not done for the night, okay? It is, the thing for tonight is going to be, do we get the storms to fire up in that window between now and about 2 in the morning? We got about a 5-hour window in here where we could see that potential for some form of severe weather coming here. So because we've got the watch boxes that are up there in the yellow across Mississippi. Everything in Mississippi is pretty much till 2 in the morning, Central Daylight Time, and should start seeing the winter part of this as well. There, that still got the blizzard warnings there across southern South Dakota, Nebraska, a little portion of Kansas. That's that area there in orange. That should be settling down here overnight. But the big thing here tonight is still going to be if we're going to get fired up into the warm sector as that warm front goes northward here. And you kind of see 2 successive squall lines here if they're going to kind of join forces. Okay, that's the big thing. Are they going to kind of join forces here and kind of bring that up into that area? So that's what I'm looking at currently. So we're going to call this 2 more minutes. Going to call it a night. Call it a night. I don't know what his stuff is. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Yeah, he's got 19,000 watching him. I got nobody watching me. I'm going to shut it down here at 9 o'clock as soon as this warning expires. We're going to Omega here real quick. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here. Yeah, he's gotten out of the soup. Alrighty. 1 more minute and this line will be gone. They're not going to issue a warning out for y'all. That line is clearly weakened. That's the good news there. And we're coming up on 9 o'clock. And I'm going to be officially shutting down for the night. We're coming up on 9 o'clock now, and that warning is getting ready to drop, and it has officially dropped. Well, not yet. There it goes. Finally dropped. So the warning has dropped. All warnings have dropped. The only thing we got out there right now are some flood warnings, and we're watching that line kind of come through there right now on the regional, and that's the area that might flare up later tonight. As looks like the front part of this line is starting to take over here a little bit. So a little intensification right through here. And as this line pushes off toward the east, slowly overnight till about 2 o'clock in the morning, that's what will bring in the potential for isolated tornadoes as that line moves in. Does not appear to be a major outbreak at all. Anything that comes up should not be. It only takes one, though. I've seen when nothing's happening, they get one big event. So you can never say never. So you got to stay vigilant, and hopefully folks in Mississippi got their radars and their weather apps and everything ready to go here for the overnight hours. That is going to do it for the Weather Nerds broadcast. I did 5 hours of coverage. New high for me as far as number of viewers. I will take it. We're going to build it slowly at a time. 146, I think it was. I think that was my my last total look here was it no 144, so 144 views in 5 hours. That is something to not sneeze at, and we will continue to improve the product and make strides to make this the best product out there. So anybody come in here and get their data, get the stuff without the hype, without the gloom. It was good to kind of see my calling warnings in advance before they happened. That's good to see that that my analysis is still good there for this. So again, this is going to do it for tonight's broadcast, and I will be back tomorrow to do a Weather Nerds update video, looking ahead over the next week to see what we have to watch weather-wise. All right, that's it for now. I am shutting down, and you guys have a good night. Bye-bye for now.